Hey everyone, welcome back to Fanfic Universe. Today we're diving into an amazing story called, What If Harry Was Reborn as the son of Sirius Black and Bellatrix to become the ruthless king of Slytherin? If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Heir of Black. The fog clung to platform 9 3/4 like a shroud, wrapping the Hogwarts Express in tendrils of grey. Through this misty curtain walked a boy who seemed both a part of the fog and somehow separate from it. His posture was straight, his steps measured. Black hair fell to his shoulders in elegant waves, and his eyes, startling silver with hints of green, surveyed the platform with cool assessment. "Remember who you are," said the tall woman beside him. Cassiopeia Black was severe in her elegance, her face lined but proud, her hand resting on her great-nephew's shoulder. "I am Harry Arcturus Black," the boy replied, voice clear and unwavering. "Heir to the noble and most ancient house of Black." "And what does that mean?" Harry's lips curled slightly. Not quite a smile. "It means I bow to no one." Cassiopeia's grip tightened briefly before releasing. "Good. Your parents, my parents are in Azkaban," Harry said flatly. "One for betraying his best friends, the other for torturing innocents to madness. I know what people think of them." "And what do you think of them?" Cassiopeia asked, her eyes shrewd. Harry met her gaze unflinchingly. "I think their choices are not mine." Around them, the whispers had already begun. Parents pulled their children closer as they passed. Names floated through the mist: Black, Lestrange, Death Eater, Traitor. "Is that him? Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange's boy? How did he even get a Hogwarts letter? Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, mark my words." Harry ignored them all, his face a careful mask. He'd had years to perfect it. "Right when you're sorted," Cassiopeia said. "Slytherin would be traditional, of course, but any house can be navigated to advantage." "Even Gryffindor?" Harry asked with just a hint of challenge. The corner of Cassiopeia's mouth twitched. "Even Gryffindor. Your father managed to use it to his advantage, after all. Until he didn't." A whistle blew. Students began boarding more urgently. "Great-aunt," Harry said, inclining his head slightly. Cassiopeia didn't embrace him, Blacks didn't display affection in public, but her eyes softened almost imperceptibly. "Remember, Harry. In a world that expects the worst of you, every move must be calculated. Trust no one but myself," Harry finished. It was an old lesson. "Not quite." Cassiopeia's voice dropped lower. "Trust those who earn it. Loyalty, freely given and wisely placed, is power." Harry nodded once, then turned toward the train. He didn't look back. Blacks never looked back. The whispers followed him onto the Hogwarts Express. Harry moved through the corridor with deliberate steps, ignoring the stares, the sudden silences as he passed compartments. He'd expected this. Prepared for it. His entire life had been preparation for the weight of his family name. Finding an empty compartment near the middle of the train, Harry settled himself by the window. From his pocket, he withdrew a small silver pocket watch, a Black family heirloom Cassiopeia had given him on his 11th birthday. The emeralds that formed the constellation of his namesake glinted in the light. 7 minutes until departure. The door slid open. "Everywhere else is full," said a boy with platinum blonde hair. "Mind if I join you?" Harry recognized him immediately, Draco Malfoy, his cousin through his mother's sister Narcissa. They'd never met, the Malfoys had kept their distance from the disgraced branch of the Black family. "Not at all," Harry replied with calculated politeness. "Harry Black." Something flickered across Draco's face: recognition, uncertainty, calculation. Then the boy straightened, chin lifting. Draco Malfoy. They sized each other up with the wariness of young predators. "I've heard about you," Draco finally said, sitting across from Harry. Mother doesn't talk about your side much. I imagine not, Harry said dryly. How is Aunt Narcissa? The formal acknowledgement of relation seemed to please Draco. Well. She sends her regards. A lie, but a polite one. Harry inclined his head in acknowledgement. Two larger boys appeared at the door, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, Harry surmised from Cassiopeia's lessons on pure-blood families. They looked uncertainly between Draco and Harry. This is Black, Draco informed them with a casual wave. My cousin. The boys nodded dumbly and took seats flanking Draco. Bodyguards already, Harry noted. Useful, but limiting. The train lurched forward. Platform 9 3/4 began to slide away. Harry caught a final glimpse of Cassiopeia, standing straight back amid the waving, emotional families. She didn't wave, but her eyes followed him until the train rounded a bend. So, Draco said, leaning forward slightly, Slytherin, I assume. Harry turned his silver-green gaze from the window. We'll see what the Sorting Hat has to say. Draco frowned. But you're a Black. N.A. He hesitated. The son of Bellatrix Lestrange? Harry supplied coolly. Yes. Though I don't see how my mother's choices dictate mine. The compartment fell into uncomfortable silence. Harry returned to watching the landscape, now transitioning from London's outskirts to greener pastures. He felt no need to fill the quiet. Let them wonder. Let them worry. Father says your guardian is Cassiopeia Black, Draco finally ventured. Harry nodded. Great Aunt Cassiopeia. Since I was 15 months old. She's supposed to be quite formidable with ancient magic, Draco said, clearly repeating something he'd overheard. She's taught me a few things, Harry replied, deliberately vague. In truth, Cassiopeia had begun his magical education at age 5, far earlier than most wizarding children, pushing him relentlessly in wandless magic, occlumency, and the subtle magical arts that wouldn't register on the Ministry's underage magic detectors. Before Draco could probe further, the compartment door slid open again. A girl with bushy brown hair stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, she said importantly. No toads here, Draco drawled. Though I'd check the mudblood compartments. Toads and mudblood seem to find each other, don't they? The girl stiffened, clearly recognizing the insult's tone if not its specific meaning. Harry studied her, Muggleborn, obviously, from her reaction and the awkwardness with which she wore her robes. Intelligent eyes. Potential. We haven't seen any toads, Harry said evenly. If we do, we'll be sure to mention you were looking. You are. The girl seemed surprised by his civil tone after Draco's rudeness. Hermione Granger. Harry Black. He didn't extend his hand, but his tone remained neutral. Good luck with your search, Granger. Something in his silver-green eyes made her pause. Recognition flickered across her face, she'd done her reading, then. Knew his name, likely his parentage. Her chin lifted slightly in defiance before she turned and left. Why were you nice to her? Draco demanded. Harry raised an eyebrow. Was I nice? I merely wasn't rude. There's a difference, cousin. She's just a mudblood, Crabbe grunted. Perhaps, Harry said, his voice cooling. But intelligence and skill come in all bloodlines. Underestimating someone because of their blood status seems short-sighted. Draco's eyes narrowed. You sound like a blood traitor. I sound like someone who plans to win, Harry corrected. And winning requires recognizing useful allies regardless of their origin. He turned back to the window, signaling an end to the conversation. Let Draco stew on that. The first lesson Cassiopeia had taught him, in a world that expected him to be a fanatic like his mother or a traitor like his father, the middle path offered the most freedom to maneuver. The countryside rolled by as conversations in the compartment resumed, now carefully avoiding politics. Harry participated minimally, using the opportunity to observe instead. Draco, he noted, was desperate to impress, dropping his father's name with practiced ease. The two hulking boys deferred to Draco automatically. Potential allies, but on his terms, not theirs. The door slid open yet again as the lunch trolley arrived. Harry purchased several chocolate frogs and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, watching with hidden amusement as Draco tried to match his casual spending. Money was power too, and the Black Fortune, while diminished from its glory days, remained substantial. As the afternoon wore on, the door opened once more. A boy with a round face peered in anxiously. "Sorry, but have you seen a toad?" Draco interrupted. "No, Longbottom, we haven't." "Now go away." Harry's attention sharpened. Longbottom. Neville Longbottom, son of Frank and Alice, the Aurors his mother had tortured into insanity alongside the Lestrange brothers and Barty Crouch Jr. The boy paled as his eyes fell on Harry, recognition dawning. Everyone in the wizarding world knew the story of the Longbottoms and the Lestranges. The compartment fell silent. Harry stood slowly. "Neville Longbottom," he said quietly. Neville's hands trembled slightly, but to his credit, he didn't flee. "Why yes. I'm Harry Black." He paused, then added with deliberate calm, "I'm sorry for what my mother did to your parents." The silence deepened. Draco gaped. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged confused looks. Neville stared at Harry, clearly struggling with a complex tangle of emotions. "You're not your mother," he finally said, voice barely above a whisper. "No," Harry agreed. "Just as you're not your parents. We're both heirs to legacies we didn't choose." Something unspoken passed between them, not friendship, certainly not forgiveness, but a flicker of understanding. "I haven't seen your toad," Harry continued, "but if I do, I'll find you." Neville nodded stiffly and disappeared down the corridor. "What was that about?" Draco demanded as Harry sat down. "Apologizing to Longbottom? He's practically a squib." Harry fixed Draco with a cool stare. "My mother took his parents' minds, Draco. Would you have me pretend otherwise?" "But it doesn't mean you have to, it means," Harry interrupted, his voice soft but edged, "that I acknowledge reality. The Blacks and Lestranges created enough enemies without my adding to the list unnecessarily. Father says we shouldn't apologize for, your father," Harry said, "is not my father. And neither of our father's choices are ours to make." The message was clear, Harry would forge his own path. Draco fell silent, reassessing his cousin with new wariness. Good. Better to establish boundaries now. As the train journey continued, other curious students found excuses to pass their compartment, peering in to catch a glimpse of the infamous black air. Harry ignored them all, occasionally reading from a worn copy of Advanced Defensive Theory he'd pulled from his trunk. When the train finally slowed, darkness had fallen. They changed into their school robes, Harry noting how Draco fussed over his appearance while Crabbe and Goyle simply pulled theirs on haphazardly. Image and presentation, another lesson from Cassiopeia. Harry smoothed his own robes methodically, ensuring the silver clasps, another Black family heirloom, were properly aligned. "First years. First years over here," called a booming voice as they stepped onto Hogsmeade platform. A massive man with a wild beard towered over the crowd, a lantern swinging in his giant hand. "That's Hagrid," Draco sneered. "The gamekeeper. Father says he's half giant and completely incompetent." Harry made a noncommittal sound. Cassiopeia had taught him to reserve judgment until he'd made his own observations. The groundskeeper seemed harmless enough, though clearly not fully human. They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path that opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Across the water, perched atop a mountain, stood Hogwarts Castle. Windows blazed with golden light against the night sky, towers and turrets reaching toward the stars. For the first time since boarding the train, Harry felt something like wonder stir within him. No more and 4 to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats at the shore. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle immediately claimed one. Harry, preferring to expand his connections, chose another. He was joined by a tall black boy who introduced himself as Blaise Zabini, a girl with a sharp face named Pansy Parkinson, and a quiet, watchful Theodore Nott. All from prominent pure-blood families, all potential Slytherins. Harry exchanged polite greetings with each. "Forward," shouted Hagrid, and the fleet of boats moved off together across the smooth, glass-like lake. "So," Zabini said quietly as they glided forward, "the black air emerges from seclusion at last." Harry regarded him impassively. "Hardly seclusion. Simply privacy." "Your great-aunt has kept you well hidden," Parkinson observed. "Mother tried to arrange a meeting once. Was rebuffed rather firmly." "Great-aunt Cassiopeia values careful introductions," Harry replied diplomatically. In truth, Cassiopeia had systematically rejected all social overtures, insisting Harry's education and preparation came first. "Now seems the appropriate time to establish connections." "Connections?" Nott spoke for the first time, his voice soft but penetrating. "Interesting choice of words." "Not friendships." Harry smiled slightly. "Friendships are a type of connection, aren't they? But not all connections become friendships." "Spoken like a true Slytherin," Zabini remarked with approval. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor. As they clambered onto the rocky shore, Harry noticed Neville finding his toad at last. The boy clutched it tightly, still looking shaken from their earlier encounter. Hagrid led them up a passageway to a great oak door, where a severe-looking witch in emerald robes waited. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid," she replied crisply. Her gaze swept over the assembled first years, pausing momentarily on Harry. Something flickered in her eyes, recognition, assessment, perhaps a trace of concern. Harry met her gaze steadily until she looked away. Professor McGonagall led them into an entrance hall so vast it could have housed Cassiopeia's entire manor. Stone walls were lit with flaming torches, a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. The sound of hundreds of voices drifted from a doorway to the right, the rest of the school already assembled. McGonagall ushered them into a small, empty chamber off the hall. As she explained the sorting ceremony and the house system, Harry noticed how the other first years shifted nervously. Even Draco, for all his bravado, looked slightly pale. Harry felt no such anxiety. Cassiopeia had explained the sorting hat in detail, an ancient magical artifact that read one's mind to determine the appropriate house. She'd also begun teaching him occlumency basics, not enough to fully shield his thoughts but enough to maintain some control over what the hat might see. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." As soon as she left, whispers broke out. "How exactly do they sort us?" asked a red-haired boy Harry recognized as a Weasley from Cassiopeia's descriptions. "Some sort of test, I think," someone replied. "Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking." Hermione Granger was whispering very fast about all the spells she'd learned and wondering which she'd need. Neville looked terrified. Draco affected boredom, though his fingers twitched nervously. Harry remained still, conserving his energy. First impressions mattered. The sorting would be his introduction to the entire school, hundreds of witnesses assessing the air of Black and Lestrange. Several people behind him screamed. Harry turned calmly to see about 20 ghosts streaming through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room, arguing amongst themselves. "Forgive and forget, I say," a fat monk was saying. "We ought to give him a second chance, my dear friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name and," a ghost wearing a ruff and tights noticed the first years. "I say, what are you all doing here?" No one answered. "New students," said the fat friar, smiling. "About to be sorted, I suppose." A few people nodded mutely. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." "Move along now," came Professor McGonagall's sharp voice as she returned. "The sorting ceremony's about to start." The ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall told the first years, "and follow me." Harry positioned himself near the middle of the line, neither pushing forward nor hanging back. They walked through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. Harry had read about the Great Hall, but reality surpassed description. Thousands of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat. The tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. Professor McGonagall led the first years up to stand in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Harry glanced upward and saw a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars, enchanted to reflect the sky outside, just as Cassiopeia had described. Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. The sorting hat. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened with polite attention as the hat described the 4 houses: brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. When it finished, the hall burst into applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became still again. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," Professor McGonagall announced, unrolling a long scroll of parchment. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. Harry watched dispassionately as the sorting continued. When "Black, Harry," was called, the hall fell into a sudden, tense silence. Whispers immediately broke out like little hissing fires. "Black? Did she say Black? Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange's son, can't believe they let him in." Harry walked forward with measured steps, his face composed. He felt hundreds of eyes boring into him, assessing, judging, fearing. As he turned to sit on the stool, he caught sight of the high table. An old wizard with a long silver beard, Dumbledore, undoubtedly, was watching him with keen interest. Beside him, a hook-nosed man with greasy black hair, Severus Snape, Cassiopeia had warned, stared at Harry with an inscrutable expression. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Then he was looking at the black inside of the hat, waiting. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. A brilliant mind, I see. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Courage too, though you hide it well. But where to put you?" Harry thought carefully. "I need to be where I can reach my potential." "Your potential?" the small voice chuckled. "Interesting way of phrasing it. Not, where I belong or, where I'll be happiest, but where you can reach your potential. Very pragmatic. You'd do well in Slytherin, with ambition like that." "Would I?" Harry thought noncommittally. "Oh yes. Your mother's house would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. But there's more to you than her legacy, isn't there? I see your father in you too." Harry tensed slightly. Afraid of being like him? Or afraid of not being enough like him? Interesting. You guard your thoughts well for one so young. Someone's been teaching you. Harry remained silent, waiting. "Well, if you're sure you want to reach your full potential, better be Slytherin." The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed it calmly and placed it back on the stool. The Slytherin table erupted in applause, though he noted it was more measured, more calculating than the enthusiastic welcome others had received. As he walked toward his new house, he was aware of the stares from the other tables, wary from Hufflepuff, assessing from Ravenclaw, and openly hostile from Gryffindor. A space cleared for him among the first years already sorted. A tall, thin prefect with cold eyes nodded to him. "Welcome to Slytherin, Black. Proper place for you, I'd say." Harry nodded back, expression neutral. "Thank you." The sorting continued. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor, which seemed to surprise her. Neville Longbottom also went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. When Draco's name was called, the hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, "Slytherin." Draco swaggered over to join Harry, looking pleased with himself. "No surprises there," he said, sliding onto the bench beside Harry. "Malfoys have been Slytherins for generations." "As have Blacks," Harry replied. "Most of them, anyway." The sorting finished with Zabini, Blaze, being made a Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore got to his feet, beaming at the students, his arms opened wide. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is he mad?" he asked quietly. "Dangerous," replied an older student sitting nearby. "Brilliant but dangerous. Don't be fooled by the eccentric act." The dishes in front of them were suddenly piled with food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and mint humbugs. Harry served himself moderately, selecting foods he knew agreed with him. Draco, he noticed, took small, fastidious portions while Crabbe and Goyle piled their plates high. "So, Black," said the older student who'd spoken earlier, "I'm Flint. Marcus Flint. 5th year, Quidditch captain." "Pleasure," Harry replied. "Your mother was one of Slytherin's finest, back in her day," Flint continued, watching Harry carefully. "Powerful witch. Formidable duelist." Several nearby students turned to observe Harry's reaction. "Testing him already." "So I've heard," Harry said evenly. "Though I believe her choices after Hogwarts left something to be desired." A brief, uncertain silence followed. This wasn't the response they'd expected, neither proud endorsement nor embarrassed rejection. "And your father?" asked a pug-faced girl. "Blood traitor in Gryffindor, wasn't he?" "Pansy," Draco hissed warningly. Harry took a deliberate sip of pumpkin juice before answering. "My father made his choices too. Both my parents chose paths that ended in Azkaban. I intend to be more judicious." The subtle emphasis on judicious wasn't lost on his housemates. A few of the older students exchanged glances. "Wise," said a ghost that had appeared at their table, a gaunt figure with blank, staring eyes and robes stained with silvery blood. "The Bloody Baron. The young Black shows prudence beyond his years." The conversation shifted to safer topics after that, though Harry was aware of being watched, assessed. When he glanced up at the high table, he caught Professor Snape studying him with an unreadable expression. As the desserts disappeared and Dumbledore rose to give start-of-term notices, Harry listened with half an ear, cataloguing the important points: the forest was forbidden, no magic in the corridors, Quidditch trials in the second week, and the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds, to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Interesting. Harry filed that away for later consideration. After singing the school song, which Harry participated in with minimal enthusiasm, they were dismissed. The Slytherin prefects called for first years to follow them down to the dungeons. As they descended stone staircases, the air grew cooler, the corridors darker. Torches and iron brackets cast eerie shadows on the walls. They stopped before a stretch of bare, damp stone wall. "Ambition," said the female prefect. The stone wall slid open, revealing a passageway. "That's our password for now. It changes every fortnight. Keep track, or you'll be sleeping in the corridor." The Slytherin common room was a long, low underground room with rough stone walls and ceiling. Greenish lamps hung on chains, and a fire crackled under an elaborately carved mantelpiece. High-backed chairs surrounded it, currently occupied by older students who barely glanced at the newcomers. Windows looked out into darkness. They were under the lake, Harry realized. "Gather round," said the male prefect. "Welcome to Slytherin House. I'm Prefect Higgs. This is Prefect Farley. A few things you should know from the start: Slytherin is the house of ambition, cunning, and tradition. We look after our own here. Whatever happens inside these walls, outside we present a united front. House solidarity is non-negotiable. Our head of house is Professor Snape," Farley continued. "He favors us, but don't mistake that for leniency. He expects excellence, discipline, and proper behavior. Embarrass Slytherin, and you'll wish you'd never been born." Harry listened attentively as the prefects explained the dormitory arrangements: boys to the left, girls to the right, curfew rules, and the unofficial hierarchy of the house. When they finished, the first years were dismissed to find their beds. The first-year boys' dormitory contained 6 four-poster beds with green silk hangings and silver embroidery. Their trunks had already been brought down. Harry found his beside a window that looked out into the murky water of the lake. As they changed into their pajamas, the other boys, Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Zabini, and Nott, continued stealing glances at Harry. He ignored them, methodically arranging his belongings. When he removed his wand from its holster, however, Draco couldn't contain his curiosity. "Ebony?" he asked, eyeing the black wand. "Yes," Harry replied. "Ebony and dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Powerful combination," Nott observed quietly. "Suited for combative magic and the dark arts, traditionally." Harry neither confirmed nor denied this, merely placing the wand carefully beneath his pillow. "My father says," Draco began, but was interrupted by a sharp knock on the dormitory door. It opened to reveal the tall, hook-nosed figure of Professor Severus Snape. The boys immediately straightened. "I trust you're settling in," Snape said, his voice soft but carrying. His dark eyes swept over each boy before resting on Harry. "I make it a point to personally welcome each new member of my house. Slytherin has a noble history and proud traditions. I expect each of you to uphold them." His gaze lingered on Harry. "Some of you come with notable family histories. In Slytherin, you will be judged by your own merits and actions, not merely your name." However, his thin lips curved slightly. "A distinguished name can open doors, if you prove worthy of it." Harry met the professor's eyes steadily. Something passed between them, an assessment, a challenge perhaps. "Classes begin tomorrow. I expect every Slytherin to be punctual, prepared, and exemplary in conduct. Good evening." With a swirl of his black robes, Snape departed. "That was for you," Zabini said to Harry once the door closed. "He never comes to the dormitories on the first night usually." "My father said," Draco started again. "I'm sure your father says many things, Draco," Harry interrupted smoothly. "But we're at Hogwarts now. Perhaps it's time to form our own observations." Draco flushed but fell silent. The other boys exchanged glances. First blood to black. As they settled into their beds and the lights dimmed, Harry lay awake, listening to the water lapping against the windows. His first day had gone largely as expected. He'd established his position, neither embracing nor rejecting his parents' legacies, demonstrating independence without arrogance, and subtly asserting dominance when challenged. Tomorrow would bring classes, more assessments, more opportunities to establish his reputation. Harry closed his eyes, employing the meditation techniques Cassiopeia had taught him. Clear the mind. Focus the will. Prepare for tomorrow's battles. In the darkness of the Slytherin dormitory, Harry Black, heir to a disgraced legacy, son of infamous parents, began plotting his rise. Sunrise came strangely to the Slytherin dormitories. No direct light penetrated the lake water, only a gradual shift from black to deep green dimness. Harry woke before any of his dorm mates, a habit ingrained by Cassiopeia's strict schedule. He performed his morning ablutions silently, dressed immaculately, and was reading A History of Magical Theory, when the others began to stir. "Bloody hell, Black," Draco mumbled, rubbing his eyes. "Do you ever sleep?" "Adequately," Harry replied without looking up from his book. By the time they reached the great hall for breakfast, whispers followed in Harry's wake. He ignored them, taking a seat at the Slytherin table and selecting toast, eggs, and fruit with methodical precision. Professor Snape moved along their table distributing course schedules. When he reached Harry, his dark eyes lingered. "Mr. Black," he said quietly, "I expect excellence from all my Slytherins. But particularly from those with significant magical heritage." Harry accepted his schedule with a slight nod. "I won't disappoint, Professor." Snape's expression remained inscrutable as he moved on. Harry studied his schedule, Transfiguration with the Ravenclaws first. "Let's go," he said to Draco, who had attached himself firmly to Harry's side. "I prefer to arrive early." Professor McGonagall's classroom was on the third floor. They were among the first to arrive, securing seats near the front. As other students filtered in, Harry felt their stares, heard their whispers. The Ravenclaws were less openly hostile than the Gryffindors had been, more academically curious about the black air. McGonagall entered precisely on time, her gaze sweeping the classroom before settling briefly on Harry. Her expression gave nothing away. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She transformed her desk into a pig and back again. The class was suitably impressed, though Harry kept his face carefully neutral. Cassiopeia had warned him not to appear too knowledgeable too quickly. After taking complicated notes, they were each given a match and instructed to turn it into a needle. Harry waited until several students had made attempts before raising his wand. He performed the spell with deliberate precision, not perfect, but effective enough that his match turned silvery and pointed. McGonagall noticed immediately. "Well done, Mr. Black. A promising start." By the end of the class, Harry had successfully transformed his match completely, as had a Ravenclaw girl named Lisa Turpin. McGonagall awarded them each 5 points. "Impressive, Black," Zabini commented as they left. "Didn't expect you to be so academic." "Knowledge is power," Harry replied simply. The week continued similarly. In Charms, tiny Professor Flitwick squeaked and nearly fell off his stack of books when he read Harry's name during roll call. In Herbology, Professor Sprout was professionally neutral, though Harry noticed she paired him with Ravenclaws rather than Hufflepuffs. History of Magic was taught by a ghost who seemed oblivious to his students' identities, droning on about goblin rebellions while most of the class dozed. By Friday, Harry had established a reputation as a serious, capable student who neither flaunted his abilities nor hid them. In every class, he demonstrated enough skill to earn respect without drawing undue attention. His fellow Slytherins had fallen into an orbit around him, Draco acting as self-appointed lieutenant, Crabbe and Goyle following Draco, Zabini and not maintaining polite association while reserving judgment. "Double potions with the Gryffindors today," Draco said gleefully at breakfast. "Snape always favors us. Should be entertaining to watch him take those lions down a peg." Harry merely nodded, his attention on the owl post arriving. A handsome eagle owl swooped down to Draco, delivering a package of sweets from home. Harry wasn't expecting anything. Cassiopeia wasn't one for sentimentality, but a severe-looking black owl nonetheless landed before him, extending a leg with a sealed parchment. Harry recognized his Greytant's personal seal. He took the letter, feeding the owl a bit of bacon before it departed. The letter was brief, written in Cassiopeia's elegant hand, H. Slytherin as expected. Your parents' shadows are long, but shadows fade in sufficient light. Create your own illumination. Consider all allegiances carefully. Professor S has history with both your parents. Complex. He will watch you closely. His favor is valuable but comes with expectations. The Malfoy boy seeks your association for his benefit. Determine if mutual advantage exists. Write when you've established preliminary positions. See typically direct and unsentimental. Harry pocketed the letter, aware of Draco trying to peer over his shoulder. Just my guardian checking in, he said dismissively. Shall we head to potions? The potions classroom was in the dungeons, colder than the rest of the castle. Preserved animals floated in glass jars along the walls, ingredients were stored in hundreds of jars and bottles. Harry selected a seat in the second row, Draco immediately claiming the place beside him. Snape entered with a dramatic billow of his cloak, his dark eyes scanning the classroom before beginning roll call. Like Flitwick, he paused at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said softly, Harry Black. Our new celebrity. The Slytherin snickered. Harry maintained eye contact, neither challenging nor submissive. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Silence followed this little speech. Harry remained attentive, noting how Snape's eyes drifted to a red-haired Gryffindor, the Weasley boy. Weasley. Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The boy looked panicked. I don't know, sir. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. Fame clearly isn't everything. His eyes shifted. Let's try again. Black. Same question. Harry met Snape's gaze calmly. Asphodel and wormwood create the base for the draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. Correct. And where, Black, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that will save you from most poisons. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane, Black? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. Snape studied Harry for a moment. Well? Why aren't you all copying that down? He suddenly barked at the class. As quills hastily scratched on parchment, he added, 5 points to Slytherin for basic preparation, Black. The Gryffindors looked resentful while the Slytherins smirked. Harry simply inclined his head in acknowledgement. They were set to mixing a simple potion to cure boils. Snape swept around the room, criticizing almost everyone except Harry, whom he watched with peculiar intensity. When Neville Longbottom somehow managed to melt his cauldron, creating a noxious cloud and covering himself in angry red boils, Snape was merciless. Idiot boy. He snarled, clearing the spilled potion with a wave of his wand. I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire? Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. Take him to the hospital wing, Snape spat at the Weasley boy, who had been working next to Neville. Then he rounded on the Gryffindors. You, Thomas, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point from Gryffindor. As the class ended and they climbed the steps out of the dungeon, Harry found himself face to face with the Weasley boy and 2 other Gryffindors. Think you're clever, don't you, Black? Weasley said, his ears red with anger. Snape's pet Death Eater in training. Harry regarded him coolly. I think I prepared for class, Weasley. A novel concept for some, apparently. Ron, don't, said a sandy-haired boy. He's not worth it. Listen to your friend, Harry said. I have no quarrel with you, Weasley. Your mother tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Weasley hissed. And your father betrayed Harry Potter's parents to you-know-who. The corridor fell silent. Several passing students stopped to watch. Draco reached for his wand, but Harry placed a restraining hand on his arm. My parents made their choices, Harry said, voice deliberately calm. Just as your parents made theirs. Judge me by my actions, Weasley, not by accidents of birth. Unless, of course, you believe we're all merely echoes of our parents. In which case, I pity you. He stepped around the sputtering Gryffindor, Draco and the other Slytherins following in his wake. You should have hexed him, Draco muttered. And prove his point. Harry replied. Never let an opponent dictate the terms of engagement, Draco. That night in the Slytherin common room, Harry noticed a subtle shift in how his housemates regarded him. His handling of both Snape's questioning and the Gryffindor confrontation had earned him a measure of respect. Older students who had previously ignored the first years now nodded to Harry as he passed. Marcus Flint even made a point of stopping by where Harry was reading. Heard you put Weasley in his place, Flint said. Good. Slytherin needs to present a united front. Harry nodded acknowledgement but offered no details. Let the story grow naturally. The next morning at breakfast, he noted with satisfaction that several second and third-year Slytherins made space for him. Hierarchy was everything in Slytherin, and Harry was ascending faster than expected. Saturday morning, Harry rose early as usual. Finding the common room empty, he decided to explore the castle while most students slept in. He moved quietly through the dungeons, mentally mapping corridors and passageways. Reaching the entrance hall, he encountered the bushy-haired Gryffindor girl, Granger, coming down the marble staircase, her arms full of books. Early study session, he inquired politely. She started, nearly dropping her books. Black. Yes, the library opens at 8. Impressive dedication, he observed. Particularly for a Gryffindor. Her chin lifted defiantly. Is that supposed to be an insult? Not at all, Harry replied. Merely an observation. Houses tend toward certain patterns. Breaking them can be advantageous. She studied him warily. Why are you being civil to me? Your friend Malfoy called me a mudblood on the train. Draco isn't known for his subtlety, Harry said. And he's an associate, not precisely a friend. That doesn't answer my question. Harry smiled slightly. No, it doesn't. Let's say I prefer to form my own judgments. Your performance in Transfiguration was noteworthy. She seemed caught between suspicion and academic pride. I read all our course books before coming. And some additional texts. As did I, Harry said. Knowledge doesn't belong exclusively to any house or blood status. Before she could respond, footsteps echoed from the dungeon staircase. Harry glanced back to see Draco emerging with Crabbe and Goyle. We should continue this conversation another time, Granger, he said quietly. Library, perhaps. Her eyes widened slightly, but she nodded before hurrying toward the great oak doors. Was that the mudblood Gryffindor? Draco demanded as he reached Harry. What did she want? Nothing important, Harry replied smoothly. Breakfast? Over the following weeks, Harry settled into a careful routine. He excelled in classes without appearing to try too hard. He built alliances within Slytherin through calculated gestures, helping a third year with a tricky transfiguration, lending a rare potions text to a fifth-year prefect, solving a complex arithmancy problem for a seventh year. Each favor gained him currency in Slytherin's complex social economy. Twice he visited the library when he knew Hermione Granger would be there, engaging in brief, substantive discussions about magical theory. He was careful to maintain plausible deniability. They were simply in the same section researching similar topics, nothing more. But the groundwork was laid. A Gryffindor connection could prove useful, especially one as academically gifted as Granger. He also observed Neville Longbottom from a distance. The boy struggled in most classes, particularly potions where Snape's intimidation reduced him to a nervous wreck. Yet in herbology, Neville displayed surprising aptitude. Interesting. Harry filed the information away for future reference. By early October, Harry had established himself as a force within Slytherin's first-year cohort. Even the prejudice against his family name had begun to fade, replaced by a wary respect. His careful presentation, disciplined, knowledgeable, but not threateningly powerful, had succeeded in making him acceptable to most of his peers. Then came Halloween, and everything changed. The day began normally enough. Harry attended classes, performed adequately, and made his way to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. The hall had been decorated with live bats that fluttered from the walls and ceiling, and enormous carved pumpkins glowed with inner light. The feast appeared on golden plates as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just serving himself when Professor Quirrell, the stammering defense against the dark arts teacher, came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew in terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." The Slytherin prefects exchanged alarmed looks. "Our dormitories are in the dungeons," Higgs pointed out. "Where the troll is." Confusion rippled through the Slytherin table. Harry watched as Dumbledore huddled briefly with Professors McGonagall and Snape, who then approached the Slytherin table. "Slytherins will remain in the Great Hall until the troll situation is resolved," Snape announced tersely. "Prefects, maintain order. No one is to leave." Without waiting for acknowledgement, he swept from the hall, robes billowing behind him. As the other houses filed out, the Slytherins clustered together, many looking uncertain or afraid. Harry, sitting with Draco, Zabini, and Nott, noticed a gap in the staff's planning. "Did anyone see Granger at dinner?" he asked quietly. The others looked at him in confusion. "Why would we notice a Gryffindor mudblood?" Draco asked. Harry ignored the slur. "I overheard Patil telling Brown that Granger's been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. After Weasley insulted her in charms." "So?" Zabini asked. "So she doesn't know about the troll," Harry said. "And the bathroom she uses is on the first floor. Near the dungeons." "Not our problem," Draco said dismissively. Harry considered his options carefully. This was a risk, but potentially a calculated one. "I'm going to find her." "What?" Draco gaped. "Are you mental? There's a troll." "Precisely," Harry said, rising. "No one should face that alone, regardless of house." "Since when do you care about Gryffindors?" Nott asked, his shrewd eyes studying Harry. "I care about making informed choices," Harry replied. "Stay if you wish." He slipped away from the Slytherin table, using the confusion of the evacuation as cover. Once in the corridor, he moved quickly toward the first-floor girls' bathroom. As he rounded a corner, he caught sight of a massive, lumpy figure shuffling ahead, at least 12 feet tall, granite-gray skin, a small bald head perched atop its enormous body. The troll. And it was heading directly for the girls' bathroom. Harry withdrew his wand, mind racing through his options. Direct confrontation would be foolhardy. But perhaps, a high, petrified scream echoed from the bathroom. The troll had found Granger. Harry moved without hesitation, darting forward. The troll had smashed half the bathroom stalls by the time he reached the doorway. Granger was shrinking against the wall, looking as if she might faint. The troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Granger!" Harry called sharply. "Move!" The troll turned, blinking stupidly at the new threat. "Confundo!" Harry cast, remembering a charm from one of Cassiopeia's advanced texts. The spell hit the troll but seemed to have minimal effect. It merely shook its head and grunted in annoyance. Locomotor mortis, he tried next, aiming at the troll's legs. The leg locker curse bounced off harmlessly. The troll roared, swinging its club toward Harry, who ducked just in time. The wall behind him cracked from the impact. "Spell resistance," Harry muttered. "Of course." Granger remained frozen with fear. The troll turned back toward her, raising its club again. Harry thought quickly. Direct magic might be ineffective, but perhaps indirect. Wingardium Leviosa, he cast, pointing his wand not at the troll but at its club. The heavy wooden club flew suddenly out of the troll's hand, rose high into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry kept his wand trained on the fallen creature, approaching cautiously. "Granger? Are you hurt?" She shook her head mutely, staring at him in shock. "We need to leave before," a sudden slamming and loud footsteps interrupted him. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the room. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, while McGonagall was looking at Harry with an expression of cold fury. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, her voice icy. "You could have been killed. Why aren't you in the Great Hall with your housemates?" Harry met her gaze steadily. "I heard Granger was unaware of the troll, Professor. She wasn't at dinner." Snape's sharp eyes darted between Harry and Hermione. "And you took it upon yourself to play hero, Mr. Black?" "No, sir," Harry replied calmly. "I took it upon myself to warn a fellow student of danger. The troll arrived before we could leave." "If he hadn't found me, Professor," Hermione said in a small voice, "I'd be dead now. Harry didn't have time to fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when he arrived." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Well, in that case. Miss Granger, foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Harry's eyes widened fractionally as Hermione hung her head. I thought I could handle it. I've read about them," she mumbled. Harry could hardly believe it. Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher. 5 points from Gryffindor for this, said Professor McGonagall. "I'm very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt, you'd better get back to Gryffindor Tower." Hermione left without looking at Harry. "As for you, Mr. Black," McGonagall continued, "while your intentions may have been noble, your actions were extremely dangerous. However, not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale. 5 points to Slytherin for sheer dumb luck." Snape's expression remained inscrutable as he examined Harry. "Professor Snape will escort you back to your common room," McGonagall said. "The situation has been contained." As they walked in silence through the corridors, Harry could feel Snape's gaze upon him. "Curious," the professor finally said, voice soft and dangerous. "A Slytherin risking his life for a Gryffindor. A pureblood for a Muggleborn. How unexpected." "I assessed the situation and acted accordingly, sir," Harry replied evenly. "Did you?" Snape's voice was silky. "Or perhaps you simply couldn't resist the opportunity to demonstrate your prowess." Harry met Snape's dark eyes. "I saw someone in danger and had the means to help. Would you have preferred I left her to die, Professor?" Snape's expression flickered. Your father would have done the same, he said, the words clearly intended to sting. Always the hero. My father is in Azkaban, Professor, Harry said quietly. For betraying his friends. I'm not my father. Snape stared at him for a long moment. No, he finally said. Perhaps you are not. They reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Ambition, Snape said, and the wall slid open. You'll find your housemates finishing the feast here. I suggest you join them without drawing further attention to yourself. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. And Mr. Black. Snape's voice stopped him at the entrance. 5 more points to Slytherin. For quick thinking and effective spellcasting. Inside the common room, the Slytherins were indeed finishing the feast, golden plates laden with food on tables throughout the room. As Harry entered, conversation faltered. His absence had been noticed. Black. Draco called from their usual corner. Where have you been? Snape was looking for you. Harry made his way over casually. Just a small matter that needed attention, he said, helping himself to a plate of food. He went after that Gryffindor girl, not told the others quietly. The one who was missing. Whispers immediately broke out. Draco looked scandalized. You actually went after the mudblood? Why? Harry set down his fork deliberately. Because, Draco, it was the intelligent choice. Granger is the most talented witch in our year. Having her indebted to me is hardly a disadvantage. The whispers shifted tone. Several older Slytherins were now listening openly. You mean you saved her life, to get leverage? Zabini asked, looking impressed despite himself. Harry allowed a small smile. I assessed a situation with multiple potential outcomes. The one I chose happened to benefit both Granger and myself. But Draco began. She's a resource, Harry interrupted smoothly. And Slytherins waste nothing of value. The explanation satisfied his housemates, who nodded appreciatively at his cunning. Only not continued to watch Harry with thoughtful eyes, perhaps sensing there was more to the story than mere calculation. Later that night, as Harry prepared for bed, he found a folded note tucked beneath his pillow. Opening it, he recognized Hermione's neat handwriting. Thank you. I don't know why you came looking for me, but I owe you my life. If you ever need help with anything, that's not breaking rules or hurting anyone, I'm in your debt. Harry tucked the note into his trunk, beside Cassiopeia's letter. An unexpected alliance, but potentially valuable. And something else, something he wouldn't admit to his Slytherin housemates, it had felt right to help her, beyond any strategic advantage. Perhaps there was more of his father in him than he cared to acknowledge. Chapter 2, The Art of Cunning. Summer at Black Manor had been a study in discipline. Harry stood in the center of the training room, perspiration beading on his forehead despite the chamber's persistent chill. Cassiopeia circled him, her wand extended. Again, she commanded. Harry raised his ebony wand. Protego. The shield charm materialized just as Cassiopeia cast a stinging hex. The spell rebounded, dissipating against the stone wall. Better, she acknowledged. Though still too visible. A truly effective shield reveals itself only at the moment of impact. Harry nodded, absorbing the criticism without complaint. All summer, they had followed this routine: defensive magic in the mornings, political theory after lunch, occlumency before dinner, and independent study in the evenings. His first year at Hogwarts had exceeded expectations in many ways, but Cassiopeia deemed his magical foundation adequate, but hardly exceptional. Your letter from Hogwarts arrived, she said, lowering her wand. Second-year supplies list. We'll visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. Harry tucked his wand into its holster. Thank you, Great Aunt. Cassiopeia studied him with penetrating eyes. Your position in Slytherin is precarious. Established, but not secure. I'm aware. The Halloween incident, with the Muggleborn girl, it was discussed in certain circles. Harry met her gaze steadily. Tactical error. A ghost of a smile touched Cassiopeia's lips. Not necessarily. Unexpected alliances can provide strategic advantage. But perceptions matter. Your housemates accepted your explanation. That I acted to secure Granger's intellectual debt? Yes. It fits their worldview. And the true reason? Harry hesitated, then answered honestly. It seemed the right thing to do. Cassiopeia's expression remained unreadable. Conscience is not a weakness, Harry, unless it makes you predictable. The Black family has traditionally lacked conscience altogether. Your father swung too far in the opposite direction. Find the balance. She turned toward the door. Tomorrow, Diagon Alley. 9 o'clock. As she left, Harry reflected on her words. Balance. Between his mother's cruel ambition and his father's reckless loyalty. Between Slytherin cunning and something deeper, something perhaps more fundamental to who he was beneath the name and legacy. Diagon Alley bustled with preterm activity. Families crowded the narrow street, students comparing supply lists, harried parents managing excited children. Harry and Cassiopea moved with practiced efficiency, gathering standard supplies with minimal interaction. I need to visit Gringotts, Cassiopea announced as they left the apothecary. Flourish and blots next for your books. I trust you can manage that independently. Harry nodded. At 12, he already stood nearly as tall as his great-aunt, his black hair falling in elegant waves to his shoulders, silver-green eyes constantly evaluating his surroundings. Meet at Ollivander's in 1 hour, Cassiopea instructed. I wish to discuss something with him regarding your wand. They parted ways, Harry heading toward the bookshop. The crowd outside Flourish and Blots was unexpectedly dense, predominantly middle-aged witches chattering excitedly. A banner stretched across the upper windows. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography Magical ME today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Harry suppressed a grimace. Cassiopea had dismissed Lockhart's books as theatrical rubbish with occasional accurate details clearly plagiarized from actual magical practitioners. Still, he needed the required texts. Navigating the crowd, he slipped inside, immediately spotting several Hogwarts students. Near the back, surrounded by a cluster of admirers, stood a man in forget-me-not blue robes, golden hair perfectly styled, practiced smile gleaming beneath the bookshop lights. Harry moved quietly along the shelves, collecting his required books. As he reached for the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, a familiar voice carried from a nearby aisle. It's not that simple, Ronald. The restrictions on house elves are embedded in centuries of magical law. You can't just, morning, Granger, Harry said, turning the corner to find Hermione lecturing a disgruntled-looking Ron Weasley. She started. Harry. Good morning. Weasley's face darkened. What do you want, Black? Harry ignored him, addressing Hermione. Good summer. Yes, quite productive. I've already read most of our textbooks, of course. The Lockhart ones are fascinating, so many adventures. Harry raised an eyebrow but kept his skepticism to himself. Impressive. Why are you even talking to him? Weasley demanded. He's a Slytherin. His mother isn't here, Ron, Hermione interrupted firmly. And Harry saved my life last year, if you recall. Convenient timing, that, Ron muttered. Right when he needed to build his reputation. Harry's expression remained neutral, though inwardly he found Weasley's assessment surprisingly astute. Think what you like, Weasley. I simply came to say hello to Granger. A flash of blonde hair caught his eye, Draco, entering the shop with his father. Lucius Malfoy's cold grey eyes swept the store before landing on Harry. Something like calculation crossed his face. I should go, Harry said to Hermione. See you at school, Granger. He moved away just as Draco spotted him. Harry. Father, this is my cousin I told you about, Harry Black. Lucius Malfoy extended a black-gloved hand. Young Mr. Black. I've heard much about you from Draco. Your great-aunt has kept you sequestered. Mr. Malfoy, Harry replied, shaking the offered hand briefly. Great-aunt Cassiopeia values focused education. Indeed. Lucius's eyes assessed him coolly. Your mother was a frequent guest at our home, before unfortunate circumstances. Brilliant witch. Passionate about preserving magical heritage. The implicit question hung in the air, where do you stand? I believe each generation must determine its own relationship to heritage, Harry said carefully. Preserving what's valuable, reconsidering what isn't. Lucius's lips thinned slightly. Diplomatic answer. Your father was also diplomatic, until he revealed his true allegiances. Harry's expression didn't change, though his eyes hardened. I am neither of my parents, Mr. Malfoy. No, Lucius agreed, but blood tells, eventually. Remember that. Before Harry could respond, a commotion erupted near the front of the store. Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy were face to face, tension radiating between them. The company you keep, Weasley, Malfoy was saying. And I thought your family could sink no lower. What happened next occurred with startling speed. Arthur Weasley launched himself at Lucius Malfoy, knocking him backward into a bookshelf. Heavy volumes rained down on them as they grappled. Harry stepped back, watching dispassionately as Hagrid waded through the crowd to separate them. Here, Lucius snarled, thrusting Ginny Weasley's old Transfiguration textbook back at her. Take your book, it's the best your father can give you. He beckoned to Draco and strode from the shop, straightening his robes. Yeah, should have ignored him, Arthur, Hagrid said, lifting the Weasley patriarch to his feet. Rotten to the core, the whole family. Harry's eyes narrowed as he noticed something odd. Ginny Weasley's cauldron now contained a small black book that hadn't been there before. The furtive way Lucius had handled her textbook, interesting. Quite the spectacle, came Cassiopeia's voice beside him. She had entered unnoticed during the commotion. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley seem to have history, Harry observed. Ancient rivalries, Cassiopeia said dismissively. Tedious and rarely productive. Have you finished your shopping? Harry nodded, following her out of the store. As they passed the Weasley family, his eyes met Ginny's briefly. She clutched her cauldron protectively, the mysterious black book barely visible beneath her other supplies. Something told him that book was significant. He'd need to watch the situation carefully when term began. Platform 9 3/4 was as crowded as ever on September 1st. This time, however, Harry noticed a subtle shift in how people reacted to him. The whispers remained, but they carried a different tone, less fear, more curiosity. His first year had begun establishing his own identity separate from his parents' infamous legacies. Remember, Cassiopeia said as they stood beside the Hogwarts Express, power doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes the quietest voice in the room commands the most attention. I'll write regularly, Harry promised. Cassiopeia nodded. Be vigilant. Something is stirring. Before Harry could ask what she meant, she stepped back, signaling the end of their farewell. Harry boarded the train, finding a compartment already occupied by Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott. Black, Zabini acknowledged. Good summer. Productive, Harry replied, stowing his trunk. Yours? Mother's found husband number 6, Zabini said with dark amusement. This one's German. Wealthy, naturally. Harry nodded, unsurprised. Zabini's mother was infamous for her string of wealthy husbands who all died in mysterious circumstances. The compartment door slid open to reveal Draco, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. There you are, Draco said, dropping into the seat opposite Harry. Father's been talking about you all summer. Says you've got potential but questionable influences. Fascinating, Harry replied dryly. Draco missed the sarcasm. He's arranged something special for the school this year. Wouldn't tell me what, but said it would help Slytherin House reclaim its proper status. Harry's interest sharpened, remembering the book Lucius had slipped into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. Did he? The train journey passed with the usual discussions of summer activities, family politics, and speculation about the coming term. Harry participated minimally, observing instead how the dynamics had shifted. Draco still positioned himself as Harry's lieutenant, but with growing restlessness. Zabini and Nott maintained polite distance while cultivating their association with Harry. Crabbe and Goyle remained Draco's shadows, though Harry occasionally caught Goyle watching him with something like confusion. As the train neared Hogsmeade Station, Harry excused himself to change into his robes. In the corridor, he encountered Hermione. Black, she greeted him. I've been meaning to ask, have you read Lockhart's books? I found several inconsistencies in the timeline between Wanderings with Werewolves and Year with the Yeti that seem problematic. Harry's lips quirked. I've skimmed them. They seem creatively written. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? Compare his spellwork descriptions to standard magical theory texts, Harry suggested. Notice anything odd? Her eyes widened. I'll check that immediately. But surely Dumbledore wouldn't have assigned textbooks that aren't academically sound. Perhaps Lockhart was the only applicant for the defense position, Harry said. The job is allegedly cursed. That's just superstition, Hermione scoffed, though uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Perhaps, Harry conceded. Good luck with your research, Granger. He continued toward the bathroom, aware that several students had watched this exchange with confusion, a Slytherin and a Gryffindor Muggleborn having a civil academic conversation. Perceptions were indeed shifting. The great hall blazed with candles floating beneath the enchanted ceiling, which tonight displayed a clear, star-studded sky. Harry sat between Zabini and Nott at the Slytherin table, watching the sorting ceremony with polite interest. The first years seemed impossibly small, their faces showing varying degrees of terror and excitement. Slytherin needs more recruits, Draco commented as Harper, Felix, became the third new Slytherin. Our numbers have dropped since the war. It was true. The association between Slytherin and Voldemort's followers had diminished the house's appeal, with many families steering their children toward safer alternatives. Still, those sorted into Slytherin now tended to be prouder, more defiant of public opinion. As the feast appeared, Harry noticed Snape studying him from the high table. The potions master had maintained a complex relationship with Harry throughout first year, sometimes almost mentoring, other times openly suspicious. Harry suspected his resemblance to both his parents triggered conflicted feelings in the professor. Black, said a quiet voice. Harry turned to find a Slytherin prefect standing behind him. Gemma Farley, isn't it? Professor Snape wants to see you in his office after the feast, she said. Don't worry about curfew. As she walked away, Draco looked envious. What's that about? I imagine I'll find out, Harry replied. The feast concluded with Dumbledore's usual eccentric announcements, including the introduction of Gilderoy Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts professor. The golden-haired wizard stood with a flourishing bow, his smile dazzling. Harry noticed how Snape glared at Lockhart with undisguised contempt. While the other students headed to their dormitories, Harry made his way to Snape's office in the dungeons. The door opened at his knock. Mr. Black, Snape acknowledged, indicating the chair across from his desk. The office walls were lined with jars of preserved specimens floating in variously colored potions, casting eerie shadows. You wanted to see me, Professor? Snape studied him silently for a moment. Your academic performance last year was adequate. Harry waited. Snape wasn't one for summoning students to deliver faint praise. However, your practical work demonstrated considerable aptitude. Professor Flitwick mentioned your shield charms were notably advanced for a first year. Thank you, sir. Snape's eyes narrowed. I'm not offering compliments, Mr. Black. I'm assessing potential. Your position in Slytherin House has drawn attention, both within these walls and beyond them. Harry understood the implication. My mother's former associates? Among others. There are those who see you as a continuation of certain legacies. I'm not, Harry said firmly. No. Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. You've cultivated quite the following among your peers. Even extending your influence to other houses, the Granger girl, for instance. Hermione Granger is academically gifted, Harry replied carefully. Intelligence transcends house boundaries. Your father made similar arguments about house unity. Before he betrayed his friends. The words were clearly meant to provoke, but Harry kept his expression neutral. My father made his choices, Professor. I'm making mine. Snape leaned forward slightly. And what choices are those, exactly? What game are you playing, Mr. Black? No game, sir. I'm simply navigating Hogwarts as effectively as I can. With extraordinary political awareness for a 12-year-old, Snape observed. Your great-aunt's influence, no doubt. Harry remained silent. Very well, Snape said after a pause. I will be direct. Your talent and name give you unusual influence in Slytherin House. I expect that influence to be used constructively. Slytherin's reputation has suffered enough without adding internal conflict. I have no intention of creating conflict, Professor. See that you don't. Snape's tone shifted slightly. Additionally, I'm starting an advanced potion study group for select students. Thursday evenings, 8 o'clock. I expect you to attend. Harry recognized the opportunity. Snape rarely offered special instruction. Thank you, Professor. I look forward to it. That will be all, Mr. Black. As Harry left the office, he considered Snape's words. The professor was monitoring him closely, uncertain whether Harry represented threat or asset to Slytherin House. A delicate position, requiring careful management. The first weeks of term settled into routine. Lockhart's defense against the dark arts classes proved as theatrically useless as Cassiopeia had predicted. The man seemed more interested in reenacting scenes from his books than teaching actual defensive magic. After a particularly absurd lesson involving Lockhart's dramatic interpretation of his defeat of the Wagga Wagga werewolf, Harry remained behind. Professor Lockhart. Harry, my boy. Lockhart beamed. Excellent question about my banshee banishment technique. Shows real insight. Harry hadn't asked any questions. Actually, Professor, I was wondering if you could clarify the wand movement for the homorphous charm you used on the werewolf. It isn't described in standard magical theory texts. Lockhart's smile flickered. Well, doing extra research. Admirable. The homorphous charm is, of course, highly advanced magic, not something second years would typically encounter. Of course, Harry agreed. But the theory is fascinating. The standard transformation countercharms follow Gamp's fourth principle of transfigural limitation, but your description suggests the homorphous charm somehow circumvents it. Lockhart blinked rapidly. Yes, well, highly technical, very complex, best save that for Newt-level studies, I think. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have fan mail to answer. He practically fled the classroom. Harry smiled slightly. Confirmed, Lockhart was a fraud. Useful information, potentially. That evening in the Slytherin common room, Harry sat with several second years, ostensibly working on transfiguration homework while monitoring the social dynamics. The hierarchy was shifting subtly. Where last year Harry had been viewed as an unknown quantity with a notorious family name, now he was increasingly central to Slytherin's internal politics. Even older students occasionally sought his opinion on house matters. Can't believe Flint let that second-year Gryffindor join their team, Draco was complaining. A Weasley. Father says the whole family's a disgrace. Ginny Weasley made the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Harry asked, suddenly interested. Not her, the older one. Girl Weasley. Chaser, Pansy Parkinson supplied. Apparently she's actually decent, unlike her brothers. Harry filed this information away. He'd been watching Ginny Weasley discreetly since term began, looking for any sign of the black book Lucius Malfoy had slipped her. The girl seemed unusually withdrawn, often appearing pale and distracted. You should try out next year, Harry, Draco suggested. You'd make a better seeker than Higgs. Perhaps, Harry replied noncommittally. Their conversation was interrupted by Marcus Flint approaching their table. The Slytherin Quidditch captain had grown even more troll-like over the summer, his heavy features set in a perpetual scowl. Black, he said without preamble. Need a word. Harry excused himself, following Flint to a quieter corner of the common room. Higgs is struggling in astronomy, Flint said bluntly. Professor Sinistra's threatening to pull him from the team if his grades don't improve. Harry waited for the relevance to become clear. I hear you're top of your year in astronomy, Flint continued. Want you to tutor Higgs. Keep him eligible. It wasn't a request. I can spare 2 evenings a week, Harry offered. Provided it doesn't conflict with Professor Snape's advanced potions group. Flint nodded. Snape mentioned you were in that. Good. Higgs will find you to arrange times. As the older boy walked away, Harry considered the implications. This was an opportunity to establish connection with the upper years, particularly useful given Higgs's prefect status. The Slytherin hierarchy valued such practical arrangements. Later that night, Harry wrote to Cassiopeia, updating her on the term's developments. His Grey-Tant's response arrived 2 days later, carried by her severe black owl. Lockhart's fraud is well known in certain circles, though Dumbledore's reasons for hiring him remain obscure. Use the opportunity to pursue independent defense studies. The library's restricted section contains practical defensive magic and its use against the dark arts. Request access for advanced theoretical research. Your position in Slytherin develops as expected. Cultivate Higgs carefully, his family has connections to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Malfoy involvement with the Weasley girl bears watching. Lucius rarely acts without purpose, and rarely directly. If he's taken personal interest in a Hogwarts matter, significant events may follow. Be vigilant. Trust selectively. See Cassiopeia's warnings proved prescient. On Halloween morning, Harry woke earlier than usual, a habit he maintained to have private time before his housemates stirred. As he entered the common room, he noticed Gemma Farley returning through the entrance wall, her prefect badge glinting in the greenish light. You're up early, Black, she commented. As are you, he observed. She hesitated, then lowered her voice. Prefect emergency meeting. Something happened last night. Harry raised an eyebrow questioningly. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified. Hanging from a torch bracket near the second-floor bathrooms. She glanced around to ensure they were alone. There was writing on the wall in what looked like blood, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry kept his expression neutral despite his quickening pulse. The Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin's legendary hidden chamber. Exactly, Farley confirmed. Dumbledore's calling it a prank, but Filch is convinced a student attacked his cat. Prefects are supposed to keep everyone calm, prevent panic. Thank you for telling me, Harry said quietly. I appreciate being informed. She studied him curiously. You're different from the others, Black. More aware. Before he could respond, other students began descending from the dormitories. Farley moved away, resuming her prefect demeanor. By breakfast, rumors had spread throughout the school. Harry observed the Great Hall carefully, the staff table showed visible tension, Dumbledore engaged in hushed conversation with McGonagall while Snape watched the student body with narrowed eyes. At the Gryffindor table, Ginny Weasley looked deathly pale, barely touching her food. Has to be a Slytherin, obviously, Harry overheard a Hufflepuff saying. "Heir of Slytherin and all that." "Bet it's Black," another whispered, not quite quietly enough. "His mother was you-know-who's most loyal follower." Harry ignored them, focusing instead on gathering information. The Chamber of Secrets was mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, but with minimal detail. According to legend, Salazar Slytherin had built a secret chamber within the school before departing, containing a monster that only his true heir could control, a monster that would purge the school of those unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns. The implications were troubling. If someone was claiming to be Slytherin's heir and attacking perceived enemies, the school would soon divide along house lines. Slytherin would face even greater isolation. More concerning was the timing, Halloween night, exactly a year after the troll incident. Coincidence seemed unlikely. That evening in Snape's advanced potions group, Harry noticed the professor was more terse than usual. Only 6 students had been invited, Harry and Draco from second year, 2 third years, and 2 fourth years. They were brewing a complex antidote requiring precise timing and ingredient preparation. "Your moonstone should be ground to a fine powder, Mr. Malfoy, not haphazardly crushed," Snape criticized. "Mr. Black, demonstrate the proper technique." Harry complied, showing the precise circular grinding motion that produced the required consistency. "Better," Snape acknowledged. "Continue." As they worked, Harry sensed Snape watching him with particular intensity. When the session ended, the professor detained him. "Mr. Black." "A moment." The other students filed out, Draco shooting Harry a curious glance before leaving. "Sir." Snape's voice was low, almost accusatory. "You've shown unusual interest in Slytherin house history since arriving at Hogwarts." Harry understood immediately. "You're asking if I had something to do with Mrs. Norris and the message about the chamber. Did you?" "No, Professor," Harry said firmly. "I have no interest in attacking cats or writing threatening messages." Snape studied him, as if trying to detect falsehood. "There will be suspicion directed toward Slytherin house. Particularly toward those with certain family connections." "I'm aware." "Control your housemates, Mr. Black. Your influence has grown. Use it to prevent foolishness or provocation. The last thing we need is inter-house conflict escalating." Harry nodded. "I understand, Professor." As he left Snape's office, Harry considered the professor's request, both the stated and unstated elements. Snape wanted Harry to ensure Slytherin students didn't worsen the situation through boasting or antagonism. But he'd also implicitly acknowledged Harry's growing authority within the house, essentially deputizing him to help maintain order. Interesting development. The Chamber of Secrets incident transformed the school atmosphere overnight. Slytherin students faced open suspicion from other houses. Several first years were hexed in corridors. Draco's vocal appreciation of the enemies of the heir message only worsened tensions. "Whoever the heir is," Draco proclaimed loudly in the Slytherin common room, "they've got the right idea." About time the school was cleansed of mudblood filth. Harry, who had been reviewing Transfiguration notes nearby, closed his book. "That's enough, Draco." The common room quieted, students turning to watch. "What?" Draco demanded. "Don't tell me you're defending them now." "I'm defending Slytherin house," Harry replied, his voice carrying clearly. "Your provocations are making us targets. We're Slytherins. We don't cower from the other houses." Harry rose, facing Draco directly. "This isn't about courage. It's about strategy. Whatever is happening with the chamber, drawing attention to ourselves is counterproductive." "My father says," "Your father isn't here," Harry interrupted coolly. "He's not facing hexes in the corridors or professors watching his every move. We are." Several older students nodded in agreement. Slytherin's self-preservation instincts were strong. "So we just let them accuse us?" Draco challenged, though with less conviction. "We maintain dignity," Harry corrected. We stay united. We watch and wait to see how events unfold. That's the Slytherin way, calculation, not reaction. The tension in the room shifted. Students exchanged glances, many nodding. Black's right, said Adrian Pusey, a fourth year. Antagonizing the other houses only hurts us right now. Draco looked around, realizing he was losing support. Fine, he conceded reluctantly. But whoever the heir is, I still hope they succeed. He stalked off toward the dormitories. Harry resumed his seat, outwardly calm though inwardly noting the significance of what had just occurred. He had directly challenged Draco's position and won the common room's support. The balance of power had shifted decisively. Later that night, Theodora Nott approached Harry as he prepared for bed. Interesting performance, Nott commented quietly. Almost seems like you were expecting this chamber business. Harry regarded him carefully. Of all his yearmates, Nott was perhaps the most perceptive. I expected something. Great Aunt Cassiopeia mentioned stirrings before term. And you think it's connected to the Weasley girl you've been watching? Harry didn't bother denying the observation. Possibly. Nott nodded slowly. My father says old plots are resurfacing. Dark things that were buried after the war. Your father would know, Harry replied. Thaddeus Nott had been a suspected Death Eater, though never convicted. He also says the Black heir will need to choose sides eventually. Harry's expression cooled. I already have. My side. Nott smiled slightly. I thought you might say that. He extended his hand. If it comes to sides, I choose yours. Harry accepted the handshake, recognizing it as significant. Theodore Nott rarely committed to anyone or anything. Get some sleep, Harry suggested. Tomorrow will be interesting. The following week saw the atmosphere at Hogwarts grow increasingly tense. No further attacks occurred, but rumors flew constantly. Harry maintained a careful balance, keeping Slytherin house disciplined through subtle influence while gathering information about the chamber from multiple sources. He spent more time in the library, often encountering Hermione Granger buried in historical texts. They maintained a cautious academic alliance, exchanging theories about the chamber without fully revealing their separate investigations. It has to be some form of dark magic, Hermione said during one such meeting. Ordinary spells can't petrify living creatures that completely. Unless it's not a spell at all, Harry suggested. The legend mentions a monster. Hermione frowned. But what creature could petrify rather than kill? Nothing in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them matches. Perhaps look beyond standard texts, Harry advised. Restricted section materials on magical creatures might prove more enlightening. She gave him a suspicious look. Why are you helping me research this? Most Slytherins seem almost happy about the chamber being opened. Most Slytherins are short-sighted, Harry replied. Whatever this is, it threatens the school. And regardless of what you think of Slytherins, we do value our education. Not the whole truth, but enough to satisfy her for now. In reality, Harry had already formed a theory. Ginny Weasley's behavior had grown increasingly erratic, missing meals, appearing exhausted, sometimes seeming almost in a trance. And the timing of the first incident, Halloween night, suggested a connection to the book Lucius Malfoy had slipped her. Some form of possession seemed likely. His suspicions strengthened in mid-November when Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, was found petrified near the hospital wing. The morning after the attack, Harry noticed Ginny Weasley looked nearly catatonic at breakfast, her brothers unsuccessfully trying to coax her to eat. Dueling Club was announced the following week, an opportunity for students to learn defensive magic given the tense situation. Harry attended the first session with measured interest, unsurprised to find Lockhart preening at the front of the Great Hall, Snape standing beside him with barely concealed contempt. Gather round, gather round. Lockhart called. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Harry exchanged a skeptical glance with Blaise Zabini. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart continued with a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Snape's expression suggested sportingly was hardly the appropriate term. The professors faced each other and bowed, Lockhart with flourishing gestures, Snape with a curt nod. They raised their wands like swords. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position, Lockhart explained. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. Snape's sneer suggested he might make an exception. 1, 2, 3, both swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, Expelliarmus. A dazzling flash of scarlet light blasted Lockhart off his feet. He flew backward off the stage, smashed into the wall, and slid down to sprawl on the floor. Many Slytherins cheered. Harry simply observed, noting the clean efficiency of Snape's disarming charm. Lockhart unsteadily regained his feet. Well, there you have it, he said, tottering back onto the platform. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you it would have been only too easy. Snape looked murderous. Enough demonstrating. Lockhart hastily continued. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Harry found himself paired with Theodore Nott, while Draco was assigned to Ron Weasley. Predictable chaos ensued once Lockhart gave the signal to begin, spells flying wildly, students falling or sprouting strange appendages. Harry and Nott maintained a controlled exchange, testing each other's shields and reflexes without resorting to anything that might draw attention. Stop! Stop! Lockhart shouted, but Snape took charge, finite incantatem, he bellowed, and most of the chaos subsided. A haze of greenish smoke hung over the scene. Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley were lying on the floor, panting. Seamus Finnegan's face was sooty, his wand smoldering. Ron was holding up an ashen-faced Draco, apologizing for whatever his broken wand had done. Perhaps I should teach you how to block unfriendly spells, Lockhart suggested, looking flustered. Let's have a volunteer pair, Longbottom and Finch-Fletchley. How about you? A bad idea, Professor Lockhart, Snape interrupted silkily. Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch-Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Neville's round face went pink. How about Malfoy and Weasley? Excellent idea. Lockhart agreed, gesturing them into the middle of the hall. 3, shouted Lockhart. 2. 1. Go. Malfoy raised his wand quickly and bellowed, Serpensortia. The end of his wand exploded. A long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor, and raised itself, ready to strike. There were screams as students backed away. Don't move, Weasley, Snape said lazily. I'll get rid of it. Allow me. Lockhart shouted. He brandished his wand at the snake and there was a loud bang. The snake, instead of vanishing, flew 10 feet into the air and fell back to the floor with a loud smack. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight toward Justin Finch-Fletchley and raised itself again, fangs exposed, poised to strike. Harry moved instinctively, pushing forward through the crowd. Leave him, he commanded sharply, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent hall. The snake hesitated, then slowly lowered itself to the floor, docile as a garden hose. Harry felt the mood in the room change instantly. Students weren't backing away from the snake anymore, they were backing away from him. Whispers erupted, fear and suspicion in every face. What are you playing at? Justin demanded, his voice shaking. Before Harry could respond, Snape stepped forward, banishing the snake with a flick of his wand. He stared at Harry with a shrewd, calculating look. "Class dismissed," he announced. "Black, with me." Harry followed Snape from the hall, aware of the stunned silence behind him. They walked to Snape's office without speaking. Once inside, Snape closed the door and turned to face him. "Explain," he demanded. "I told the snake to leave Finch Fletchley alone," Harry said. "It was going to attack him." "In English?" Harry frowned. "Yes, of course in English." Snape's expression shifted subtly. "You spoke Parseltongue, Mr. Black. The language of snakes. You spoke in hisses and sibilants that only the serpent could understand." Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. "That's impossible." "I'm not what?" "Not a Parselmouth. Not the heir of Slytherin." "Because that is precisely what the entire school will now believe." "I'm not the heir," Harry said firmly. "I had nothing to do with the attacks." Snape studied him intently. "Parseltongue is an exceedingly rare ability, Mr. Black. Salazar Slytherin was famous for it. The ability tends to run in bloodlines." "The Blacks have no history of Parselmouths," Harry countered. "No," Snape agreed. "But there are other possibilities." The implication hung in the air. Lord Voldemort had been known to speak to snakes. If Harry had inherited the ability. "I need to consult with the headmaster," Snape finally said. "In the meantime, return to your dormitory. Say nothing of this to anyone." Harry left Snape's office, mind racing. Parseltongue. The ability linked directly to Salazar Slytherin himself, manifesting just as the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The timing couldn't be worse. By morning, the entire school knew. Harry entered the Great Hall to find conversations stopping abruptly, students staring openly or whispering behind their hands. At the Slytherin table, reactions were mixed, some looked at him with new respect, others with suspicion, a few with outright fear. Draco slid onto the bench beside him. "Why didn't you tell me you were a Parselmouth?" he demanded, half accusatory, half impressed. "Because I didn't know," Harry replied evenly. "Didn't know?" Draco scoffed. "How could you not know? It's not exactly a common topic of conversation." "Excuse me, Snake, can you understand me?" Several nearby Slytherins snickered. Harry maintained his composure, though inwardly he was calculating rapidly. The Parseltongue revelation changed everything. His carefully constructed position in Slytherin and the wider school was suddenly destabilized. After breakfast, Snape intercepted him. "The headmaster wishes to see you. Follow me." They walked in silence to a gargoyle statue guarding an ascending spiral staircase. "Acid pops," Snape said, and the gargoyle leapt aside. Dumbledore's office was a large, circular room filled with curious silver instruments that whirred and emitted small puffs of smoke. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames. A magnificent red and gold bird sat on a perch behind the desk, a phoenix, Harry realized. Dumbledore himself sat behind the desk, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the morning light, his expression inscrutable. "Ah, Mr. Black. Please, sit down." He gestured to a chair across from him. "Thank you, Severus." Snape remained by the door, his dark eyes watching Harry intently. "I understand there was quite a scene at the dueling club yesterday," Dumbledore began conversationally. "Yes, Headmaster," Harry replied. "I spoke to a snake without realizing I was speaking Parseltongue." "Indeed. A rare gift, and one that tends to create misunderstandings." Harry met the old wizard's gaze directly. "Everyone now thinks I'm the heir of Slytherin. Are you?" Dumbledore asked mildly. "No, sir." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "The ability to speak to snakes runs in families, Mr. Black. Your family has no recorded history of the talent, yet here you are, demonstrating it quite publicly. I can't explain it, sir. No, I don't suppose you can. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. I must ask you directly, have you any knowledge regarding the Chamber of Secrets or the attacks on Mrs. Norris and young Mr. Creevey? No, Headmaster, Harry said firmly. I've been investigating, but I have no direct knowledge. Investigating? Snape interjected sharply. On whose authority? Harry hesitated only briefly. On my own. Slytherin House is being blamed collectively. I thought identifying the actual culprit would help clear our name. Noble sentiment, Dumbledore observed. Though perhaps dangerous. If there is indeed an heir operating within the school, they may not appreciate such initiative. I understand the risk, sir. Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed to X-ray him. You've established quite a reputation in Slytherin House, Mr. Black. Professor Snape tells me you've shown remarkable leadership qualities for one so young. Harry said nothing, waiting for the point. I wonder, Dumbledore continued, what you intend to do with that influence. The question carried weight beyond simple curiosity. Harry chose his words carefully. I believe Slytherin House has potential beyond its recent reputation. I hope to help restore its broader virtues, ambition directed toward worthy goals, cunning applied to solving problems, tradition balanced with progress. Admirable, Dumbledore nodded. And yet, I sense there's something you're not telling us about this chamber business. Harry maintained eye contact. I have suspicions, Headmaster, but no proof. When I have something concrete, I'll bring it to Professor Snape immediately. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Snape, then sighed. Very well. You may go, Mr. Black. But I caution you, these are dangerous matters. If you discover anything of significance, do not attempt to handle it alone. Yes, sir. As Harry descended the spiral staircase, he considered the interview. Dumbledore was sharper than his eccentric demeanor suggested. The headmaster clearly sensed Harry was withholding information, but had allowed him to continue his investigation. Interesting. The Parseltongue revelation had unexpected consequences in the following days. Many students now avoided Harry openly, particularly Hufflepuffs, whose house loyalty to Justin Finch-Fletchley made them especially hostile. Gryffindors generally kept their distance, though Hermione still spoke to him in the library, albeit more cautiously. Most surprising was the reaction within Slytherin House. Harry's position, rather than weakening, had actually strengthened. Many purebloods viewed Parseltongue as a sign of magical power and heritage. Even those who doubted Harry was the actual heir respected the association with Salazar Slytherin himself. Draco, however, had grown increasingly resentful. Harry's revelation as a Parselmouth had elevated him to near-mythic status among the first- and second-year Slytherins, leaving Draco firmly in his shadow despite his family name and wealth. The situation came to a head in mid-December when Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found petrified in a corridor. Harry had been nearby, having just left the library after a study session. The timing made him the immediate suspect in many students' eyes. That evening, the Slytherin common room buzzed with excitement and speculation. Harry sat in what had become his customary chair by the fire, reading quietly while monitoring the conversations around him. Draco entered with Crabbe and Goyle, swaggering more than usual. Father says the ministry's getting involved now, he announced loudly. About time they purged this place of mudblood filth. Several students glanced nervously at Harry, who had made his position on such provocations clear. He closed his book slowly. Something to add, Black? Draco challenged, deliberately confrontational. The room quieted. Harry assessed the situation quickly. This was Draco's attempt to reclaim status, forcing a public confrontation. Only that your father seems unusually invested in school matters this year, Harry replied evenly. First the business with Weasley in the bookshop, now this. Draco flushed. At least my father's free to take an interest. Unlike yours. The common room went completely silent. Draco had crossed a line, and everyone knew it. Harry stood slowly. You want to talk about fathers, Draco? Let's talk about yours. How he claimed to be Imperius after Voldemort fell. He ignored the collective flinch at the name. How he bought his way out of Azkaban while lesser Death Eaters were imprisoned. How he now plays politician while still serving his true master's agenda. You dare, Draco sputtered, reaching for his wand. I dare speak truth, Harry interrupted coldly. Yes, my father is in Azkaban. He made his choices. But I don't hide behind his name or his influence. Can you say the same? Draco's hand closed around his wand, but before he could draw it, Theodore Nott stepped forward. Enough, Malfoy, Nott said quietly. You're embarrassing yourself. Stay out of this, Theo, Draco snapped. He's right, Blaise Zabini added, moving to stand beside Harry. This isn't the time for internal squabbles. Draco looked around, realizing the common room had shifted against him. Even Crabbe and Goyle looked uncertain. This isn't over, Black, Draco hissed, then stormed toward the dormitories. As conversations slowly resumed, Harry retook his seat, outwardly calm though inwardly acknowledging the significance of what had just occurred. The confrontation had been building for months, Draco's resentment of Harry's growing influence finally boiling over. And Harry had won decisively. Nott sat in the chair opposite him. That was inevitable, he observed quietly. Yes, Harry agreed. Better now than later. Malfoy won't forgive easily. His pride's been wounded. I know. But he'll adapt. Draco's a survivor. Nott nodded thoughtfully. You've secured your position now. No one will challenge you directly after this. It was true. The confrontation with Draco had been the final test, and Harry had passed it without even drawing his wand. Power in Slytherin came in many forms, and Harry had demonstrated the most potent, the ability to command respect and loyalty through sheer force of personality and calculated risk-taking. The Christmas holidays arrived, bringing temporary relief from the tension gripping the school. Most students went home, leaving the castle nearly empty. Harry remained, as did a handful of other Slytherins, including, surprisingly, Draco. Their dormitory confrontation had led to a cold war, Draco maintaining distance while Harry simply continued as if nothing had changed, confident the other boy would eventually realign himself. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. From Cassiopeia, an advanced book on magical theory with her characteristic note, knowledge precedes power. Theodore Nott had sent a handsome eagle feather quill with silver nib. Blaise Zabini contributed an elegant set of wizard chess pieces carved from obsidian. Most unexpected was a carefully wrapped package containing Hogwarts, a history, with a simple note, thought you might need your own copy. Happy Christmas. H.G. Hermione's gift represented something significant, a public acknowledgement of their academic alliance. Harry penned a brief thank you note to accompany the package he'd prepared for her, a rare book on advanced transfiguration theory he'd found in a catalogue of antiquarian magical texts. The relative quiet of the holiday ended abruptly when students returned in January. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as weeks passed without another attack, yet without resolution to the mystery. Harry continued his discreet observation of Ginny Weasley, whose condition had deteriorated noticeably. The girl seemed to be wasting away, pale, withdrawn, jumping at shadows. In early February, Harry's patience was rewarded. Leaving the library late one evening, he spotted Ginny walking alone down a deserted corridor, moving with the strange, mechanical gait he'd noticed before. He followed at a distance, tracking her to the second floor where she stopped before a seemingly ordinary stretch of wall. To his surprise, she began hissing, disjointed, sibilant sounds that made no sense yet felt strangely familiar to Harry's ears. Parseltongue. She was speaking Parseltongue. Before he could process this revelation, a voice called out, "Ginny. What are you doing up here?" Percy Weasley appeared from around the corner, his prefect badge gleaming. Ginny seemed to snap out of her trance, looking disoriented. I don't know, she stammered. I was going to the library, but then. Percy frowned, concerned. You look awful. I'm taking you to Madame Pomfrey. No. I'm fine, really. Just tired. Nonsense. You're coming with me. Percy took her arm firmly, leading her away. Harry remained hidden until they were gone, then approached the wall where Ginny had stopped. Nothing seemed unusual about it, just ordinary castle stone. Yet he'd clearly seen her speaking Parseltongue to it. This had to be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. But how was Ginny Weasley, a pure-blood Gryffindor with no known connection to Slytherin, speaking Parseltongue? The answer had to lie with the black book Lucius Malfoy had slipped her. Some form of possession seemed increasingly likely, explaining her deteriorating condition, the trances, and now the Parseltongue ability. Harry needed to see that book. The opportunity came sooner than expected. The following week, Harry entered Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, a girls' facility no one used due to its resident ghost, to experiment with Parseltongue away from prying eyes. He'd been practicing since discovering his ability, trying to consciously control when he slipped into the serpent language. The bathroom appeared empty, but as Harry approached the sinks, he noticed something lying on the floor near one of the cubicles, a small black book, sodden with water. He picked it up carefully. The cover read T.M. Riddle's Diary, in faded lettering. Opening it revealed blank pages, completely unmarked despite being soaked. Harry touched a page with his wand tip, murmuring, Apparitium. Nothing happened, no hidden writing appeared. Yet the book's resistance to water damage suggested magical properties. Who's there? Came a miserable voice. Moaning Myrtle floated out of a toilet, looking suspicious. Oh, it's you. What are you doing in a girl's toilet? Research, Harry replied simply. He held up the diary. Do you know who left this? Myrtle sniffed. The little red-headed girl threw it at me. Right through my head. As if being dead isn't bad enough without people throwing books at you. Ginny Weasley. Harry's suspicion confirmed. When was this? Yesterday. She seemed very upset. Interesting. Ginny had tried to dispose of the diary, perhaps fighting whatever influence it held over her. Thank you, Myrtle, Harry said politely. You've been helpful. Back in his dormitory, Harry examined the diary more carefully. T.M. Riddle, the name seemed vaguely familiar. He recalled seeing it on a trophy in the display case, a special award for services to the school, dated 50 years prior. Around the same time, he realized, as the last time the chamber was supposedly opened. Harry took out a quill and carefully wrote on the first page, My name is Harry Black. The words shimmered on the page for a moment, then sank without trace. Then, something extraordinary happened. Words Harry had not written began to appear. Hello, Harry Black. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary? Harry stared at the words, mind racing. The diary was responding, not just enchanted, but seemingly sentient. He considered his options carefully before writing again. Someone tried to dispose of it. Who are you, Tom Riddle? The diary's response came quickly, a memory, preserved in a diary for 50 years. I was a student at Hogwarts when the Chamber of Secrets was last opened. Harry felt a chill. Direct confirmation of his suspicions. He wrote, The chamber has been opened again. Do you know who's behind it? I can show you, came the reply. Let me take you back to the night when I caught the culprit. Before Harry could decide how to respond, the diary's pages began to turn as though caught in a breeze, stopping at June 13th. A small window appeared on the page, like a miniature television screen. Harry hesitated only briefly before leaning closer. The window widened, and suddenly he felt himself pitching forward, falling through the opening into the past. He landed in a torchlit corridor that he recognized as Hogwarts, though subtly different. A tall, black-haired boy wearing a prefect badge stood nearby, watching as several wizards carried a covered stretcher past. Harry recognized the memory from Riddle's description, the night when the Chamber of Secrets culprit was allegedly caught 50 years ago. Harry followed Riddle through the castle to a dungeon corridor where a large, hulking figure was crouched before a door, a large box beside him. "Evening, Rubius," Riddle called. The figure slammed the door shut. "What you doing down here, Tom?" With a shock, Harry recognized a much younger Hagrid. "It's all over," Riddle said. "I'm going to have to turn you in, Rubius. They're talking about closing Hogwarts if the attacks don't stop." "I never," Hagrid protested, backing against the door. "You don't understand, the dead girl's parents will be here tomorrow. The least Hogwarts can do is make sure the thing that killed their daughter is slaughtered." "It wasn't him," Hagrid roared. "He wouldn't. He never." "Stand aside," Riddle commanded, drawing his wand. The door behind Hagrid flew open with such force it knocked him into the opposite wall. Out of it emerged what looked like an enormous spider, at least the size of a large dog. Riddle raised his wand, but he was too slow. The spider bowled him over as it scuttled away. Riddle scrambled to his feet and fired a spell after it, but missed. The memory dissolved, and Harry found himself sitting on his bed again, the diary open before him. He stared at it, processing what he'd witnessed. The supposed culprit 50 years ago had been Hagrid, accused of keeping a dangerous creature that killed a student. Yet something felt wrong about the memory. It was too convenient, too neat. And the creature, while certainly dangerous, didn't match what Harry knew about the chamber's monster. Nothing about a giant spider would cause petrification. No, this was misdirection. The diary itself was the key, a magical artifact capable of possession, showing misleading memories to deflect suspicion. And if the diary had belonged to this Tom Riddle, who had received a special award for supposedly catching the chamber's opener. The pieces clicked into place. Riddle hadn't caught the culprit, he had been the culprit. And now, through his diary, he was using Ginny Weasley to open the chamber again. But who was Tom Riddle, really? And what was his connection to Lucius Malfoy, who had planted the diary on Ginny? Harry needed more information before acting. The diary was dangerous, clearly, but also potentially valuable as evidence. He wrapped it carefully in dragonhide gloves and locked it in his trunk, adding several protective charms Cassiopeia had taught him. The next morning, Harry sent 2 carefully worded letters. To Cassiopeia, T.M. Riddle's diary, magical artifact capable of possession. Connected to Chamber of Secrets, last opened 50 years ago. Lucius Malfoy planted it on student. Seeking information on Riddle. And to Hermione, a note slipped to her during potions, library, 8 p.m. Breakthrough regarding chamber. Come alone. H.B. That evening, Harry arrived early at their usual study table in a secluded corner of the library. Hermione appeared precisely at 8, looking anxious and carrying a small hand mirror. "What's happened?" she asked, sitting across from him. "And why the mirror?" "Precaution," Harry explained, nodding at the mirror. "Smart. I've discovered what's in the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione leaned forward eagerly. "What is it?" "A basilisk," Harry said quietly. "King of serpents. Kills with its gaze, but indirect sight, through reflection or water, causes only petrification. Explains everything, the petrified victims, the roosters Hagrid found killed, the voices I've heard in the walls that no one else could hear." "Voices in the walls?" Hermione repeated, alarmed. "Parseltongue," Harry clarified. "I've been hearing the basilisk moving through the pipes. That's how it's getting around, the school's plumbing system." Hermione's eyes widened. "The entrance to the chamber must be in a bathroom," Harry finished. "Specifically, I believe it's in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom." Myrtle herself was the student killed 50 years ago during the last opening. How do you know all this? Hermione asked, suspicion creeping into her voice. Harry hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. I found an old diary that belonged to a student named Tom Riddle. He was at Hogwarts when the chamber was last opened. The diary showed me memories, misleading ones, designed to frame someone else, but it gave me enough information to piece things together. We need to tell the professors immediately, Hermione insisted. Not yet, Harry countered. We need to know who's opening the chamber now. It's being done through possession, someone is being controlled by Riddle's diary. Who? I have a strong suspicion, but no proof yet. I need your help too. He stopped abruptly as Hermione's gaze fixed on something behind him. Harry turned to see Professor McGonagall approaching their table, her expression grave. Miss Granger, Mr. Black, she said tersely. A word, please. They followed her to an empty classroom, where she turned to face them with uncharacteristic agitation. There has been another attack, she informed them. A double attack, in fact. Miss Penelope Clearwater and... She hesitated, Miss Ginny Weasley. Hermione gasped. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. Both petrified, he asked carefully. Miss Clearwater, yes, McGonagall answered. Miss Weasley's condition is different. She was found unconscious beside Miss Clearwater, clutching this. She held up a black leather-bound book that Harry immediately recognized, a duplicate of Riddle's diary. The diary, Harry said without thinking. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. You recognize this object, Mr. Black. Harry realized his mistake immediately. I've seen Ginny writing in a black diary throughout the year. I assumed it was a journal. Miss Weasley's condition is deteriorating rapidly, McGonagall continued. The headmaster believes she may be under the influence of very dark magic. Given your unique abilities, Mr. Black, and your research into the chamber, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the hospital wing immediately. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. Of course, Professor. As they followed McGonagall through the corridors, Harry's mind raced. The situation had accelerated beyond his control. If Ginny was deteriorating while the diary had been found with her, that suggested the possession had reached a critical stage. Tom Riddle was making his final move. The hospital wing was a scene of controlled chaos. The Weasley family clustered around a bed where Ginny lay, deathly pale. Dumbledore stood nearby, his expression grave. Snape hovered at the periphery, dark eyes watching everything. Ah, Mr. Black, Dumbledore acknowledged. Thank you for coming. Arthur Weasley looked up, confusion crossing his face. Black? Sirius Black's son. Why is he here? Mr. Black has been investigating the Chamber of Secrets independently, Dumbledore explained. And he possesses certain abilities that may prove useful in understanding Miss Weasley's condition. The diary, Harry said immediately. It's possessing her. It contains a memory or spirit of someone named Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened with interest. And how did you come to that conclusion, Mr. Black? I found an identical diary recently, Harry admitted. When I wrote in it, Riddle wrote back. He showed me memories of the chamber being opened 50 years ago. Where is this diary now? Snape demanded. Locked in my trunk. I can retrieve it. That won't be necessary, Dumbledore said quietly. I believe the diary you found and this one are one and the same. Magical objects of this nature often have unusual properties. Harry frowned. But how? The diary disappeared from my trunk yesterday, Ginny's brother Ron interrupted. She must have taken it back. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. The diary's influence would compel Miss Weasley to reclaim it if she managed to break free temporarily. Now, Mr. Black, I understand you've determined the nature of Slytherin's monster. A basilisk, Harry confirmed. Moving through the pipes. That's why I can hear it, Parseltongue. The adults exchanged grave looks. The entrance? Snape asked. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, I believe. The sink that doesn't work, it has a snake scratched on the faucet. Dumbledore's expression became resolute. Severus, Minerva, we must evacuate the school immediately. Contact the ministry, inform them of the situation. He turned to the Weasleys. Your daughter's life force is being drained to fuel the memory within the diary. We have precious little time. I'm going with you, Harry stated firmly. I speak Parseltongue. You'll need me to open the entrance. Absolutely not, Mrs. Weasley protested. He's just a child. Dumbledore studied Harry intently. Mr. Black, what you're proposing is extremely dangerous. I'm aware, Harry replied. But practical. You need a Parselmouth to access the chamber, and I'm the only one available. Snape's expression darkened. The boy has a point, Headmaster. Regrettable as it is. After a tense debate, a compromise was reached. Harry would accompany Dumbledore and Snape to the bathroom entrance, help them access the chamber, then return to the hospital wing while they proceeded alone. The school would be evacuated, and Auror summoned. As they hurried toward Myrtle's bathroom, Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions, concern for Ginny Weasley, excitement at solving the mystery, and a deeper, more complex feeling about confronting the legacy of Salazar Slytherin himself. If the chamber truly existed, it represented both the darkest aspects of his house and a historical treasure of immense significance. Moaning Myrtle was floating above her usual toilet when they entered. Oh, it's you again, she said to Harry. Brought professors this time. Am I in trouble for something else now? Myrtle, Dumbledore said gently, we need to ask about your death. The ghost's demeanor changed immediately. Oh, no one's ever asked me that before, she said, suddenly interested. It was dreadful. I was hiding in here because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I heard somebody come in, a boy's voice, speaking some funny language. I opened the door to tell him to go away, and then. She paused dramatically, I died. Just like that? Harry prompted. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes, over by that sink, she pointed. My whole body seized up, and then I floated away. She looked almost pleased with the drama of her narrative. Harry approached the sink she'd indicated. Sure enough, scratched on the copper tap was a tiny snake. This is it, he said. Dumbledore nodded. Speak to it, Harry. Tell it to open. Harry focused on the snake carving, imagining it real and alive. Open, he commanded. Nothing happened. You spoke in English, Snape observed tersely. Harry tried again, concentrating harder. This time, a strange hissing escaped his lips, open. The tap glowed blindingly white and began to spin. The sink descended into the floor, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a man to slide down. Well done, Mr. Black, Dumbledore said quietly. Now, as agreed, you will return to. He was interrupted by a haunting, ethereal song as a magnificent red and gold bird swooped into the bathroom, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. The bird circled once, then dropped something at Harry's feet. The Sorting Hat. Curious, Dumbledore murmured. Fawkes seems to believe you have a greater role to play, Harry. Before anyone could respond, the bathroom door burst open. Gilderoy Lockhart stumbled in, held at one point by Professor McGonagall. Found him attempting to flee, she said grimly. With his trunks packed. Ah, slight misunderstanding, Lockhart babbled. Urgent call, unavoidable, must leave immediately. Professor Lockhart was just about to join our expedition into the chamber, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes suddenly steely. His expertise will be invaluable, given his many published adventures. Lockhart paled visibly. Events moved quickly after that. Despite protests from both Snape and McGonagall, Dumbledore decided Harry would accompany them into the chamber, along with the reluctant Lockhart. The phoenix and sorting hat were deemed significant magical indicators that could not be ignored. "Minerva, alert the ministry and begin the evacuation," Dumbledore instructed. "Severus, you and I will escort Mr. Black and Professor Lockhart into the chamber." Harry slid down the pipe first, landing in a damp tunnel lined with small animal bones. Lockhart followed, then Snape and finally Dumbledore. Fawkes flew down separately, providing illumination with his own faint golden glow. "Remember, at the first sign of the basilisk, close your eyes immediately," Dumbledore warned as they proceeded down the tunnel. "Its direct gaze is fatal." They reached a solid wall carved with two entwined serpents, emeralds set as their eyes. "Open," Harry hissed again in Parseltongue. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open. Harry stepped through into the Chamber of Secrets itself. They stood at the end of a long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness. At the far end, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed against the wall, ancient and monkey-like with a long thin beard. Between the pillars, a small, black-robed figure lay face down on the floor. Ginny Weasley. And beside her, watching their approach with a slight smile, stood a tall, handsome boy of about 16. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as though viewed through a misted window. Tom Riddle, Harry identified immediately. "Harry Black," the boy replied, his voice soft yet carrying in the vast chamber. "Son of Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange. How very interesting. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Dumbledore stepped forward, his wand raised. "Tom." Riddle's eyes widened slightly. "Dumbledore. Older than I remember you, Professor. Though I'm merely a memory, as you can see. For now. Release Miss Weasley," Dumbledore commanded. "This ends here, Tom." Riddle laughed softly. "It's only beginning. She's nearly gone now, so much life in such a small package. She poured her soul into my diary, and in return, I poured a little of myself into her. Enough to start opening the chamber again, using her as my puppet." While they spoke, Harry edged closer to Ginny. Her face was deathly white, her breathing shallow. "Don't worry, she's still alive," Riddle said, noticing Harry's movement. "But only just. As I grow stronger, she grows weaker. Soon, I'll be fully corporeal, and she'll be dead." "You won't succeed," Snape said coldly. "Whatever dark magic you're employing, it cannot withstand our combined strength." Riddle smiled thinly. "Perhaps. But can you withstand the basilisk?" He turned toward Slytherin's statue and hissed in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth began to open, forming a black hole. Something stirred inside. "Close your eyes," Dumbledore shouted, raising his wand. "Now." Harry shut his eyes tightly, hearing a heavy body hit the stone floor of the chamber. Fawkes let out a piercing cry and Harry heard the rustle of wings. "No!" Riddle screamed suddenly. "Leave the bird alone. Leave the bird. The boy is behind you. You can still smell him. Kill him." Harry risked opening his eyes a fraction. An extraordinary sight met them. Fawkes was soaring around the basilisk's head, and the great serpent was snapping at him furiously, but the phoenix had already done his damage. The basilisk's eyes had been punctured, blood streaming down its face. It was blind. Dumbledore and Snape were firing spells at the creature, but they seemed to bounce off its magically resistant hide. Lockhart had collapsed in apparent terror. "Leave them," Harry commanded in Parseltongue. "They are not your enemies." The basilisk hesitated momentarily, confused by the conflicting Parseltongue commands. "It won't listen to you," Riddle hissed. "It only obeys the true heir of Slytherin." Something clicked in Harry's mind, a connection he should have made earlier. "And that's you, isn't it, Tom? But not just Tom Riddle. You became something else. Someone else. Riddle's eyes gleamed. Clever boy. Ginny told me all about you, you know. The mysterious Harry Black, Slytherin's new prince. Parseltongue ability with no family history of it. I've been very curious about you. The basilisk was circling now, confused but still deadly. Dumbledore had positioned himself between the creature and the others, while Snape edged toward Ginny's prone form. Tell me, Harry, Riddle continued conversationally, how did you survive when Lord Voldemort tried to kill you? How did an infant escape with nothing but a scar, while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? Harry froze. What are you talking about? A strange smile twisted Riddle's features. You don't know. He laughed softly. Oh, this is delicious. Dumbledore never told you. Told me what? Harry demanded, though a cold suspicion was forming. You're not Sirius Black's son at all, Riddle said triumphantly. You're Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The chamber seemed to spin around Harry. That's impossible. Harry Potter died with his parents. Did he? Riddle's eyes gleamed. Or was he hidden away, given a new identity for protection? Look at yourself, Harry. The green eyes, Lily Potter's eyes. The talent for defense, James Potter's gift. The Parseltongue ability, a power transferred by Lord Voldemort himself when he tried to kill you. That's enough, Tom, Dumbledore interrupted sharply. It's true, isn't it? Harry asked, his voice hollow. I'm not Harry Black at all. Dumbledore's silence was confirmation enough. I wondered why you seemed so familiar, Riddle continued, clearly enjoying the chaos he'd created. You see, Harry, I am Lord Voldemort. I fashioned the name while still at Hogwarts, an anagram of my full name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. I wasn't about to keep my filthy Muggle father's name forever. He traced fiery letters in the air with Ginny's wand, Tom Marvolo Riddle then, with a wave, they rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort, you see, he whispered. It was a name I knew wizards everywhere would fear to speak when I became the greatest sorcerer in the world. You're not, Harry said automatically, his mind still reeling from the revelation about his identity. Not what? Riddle snapped. Not the greatest sorcerer in the world, Harry said. Dumbledore is. Everyone says so. Even at the height of your power, you never dared try to take Hogwarts. Riddle's face contorted. Dumbledore has been driven out of this castle by the mere memory of me. He's not as gone as you might think, Harry retorted. As if on cue, Fawkes swooped down, dropping the sorting hat at Harry's feet. Riddle laughed. So this is what Dumbledore sends his champion. A songbird and an old hat. The basilisk was circling closer now, tongue flicking as it sensed Harry's presence. Dumbledore and Snape were maintaining protective spells, but their magic seemed to affect the creature minimally. Harry grabbed the sorting hat, not knowing what else to do. Something hard and heavy thudded onto his head. He staggered, pulling the object out of the hat, a gleaming silver sword with rubies the size of eggs embedded in the hilt. Kill him. Riddle commanded the basilisk in Parseltongue. Kill Harry Potter. The basilisk lunged. Harry dodged sideways, his Slytherin reflexes serving him well. The great snake struck again, and this time Harry thrust the sword upward with all his strength. The blade pierced the roof of the serpent's mouth, sinking deep into its brain. But even as the basilisk collapsed, one of its fangs sank deep into Harry's arm. Harry slid down the wall as the chamber spun around him. He pulled the fang from his arm, but knew it was too late, the poison was already flowing. Through blurring vision, he saw Riddle standing over him, smiling. So ends the famous Harry Potter, Riddle gloated. Alone in the Chamber of Secrets, defeated at last by the Dark Lord he tried to vanquish. Your famous scar won't save you now. Fawkes landed beside Harry, laying his head over the wound. Large, pearly tears fell onto Harry's arm. Even Dumbledore's bird knows it's over, Riddle laughed. It's crying. But as the phoenix tears touched Harry's wound, the pain vanished. The wound began to heal. Phoenix tears possessed powerful healing properties. No. Riddle raised Ginny's wand. But Harry was already moving, instinct guiding him. He grabbed the basilisk fong and plunged it straight into the heart of Riddle's diary. A long, piercing scream erupted from the diary. Ink spurted from it like blood, flooding the floor. Riddle writhed and twisted, screaming in agony, and then he was gone. Silence fell over the chamber. Ginny stirred weakly. Dumbledore hurried to her side while Snape approached Harry, his expression inscrutable. "Potter," he said quietly, the name sounding strange to Harry's ears. "Is that really who I am?" Harry asked. Dumbledore joined them, supporting the barely conscious Ginny. "This is neither the time nor the place for such discussions. We must get Miss Weasley to the hospital wing immediately." "But yes, Harry, there is much to explain." As they prepared to leave the chamber, Harry looked back at the enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin. Everything he thought he knew about himself had been a lie. He wasn't Harry Black, heir to an ancient pureblood legacy. He was Harry Potter, orphaned by Voldemort, hidden away and given a false identity. Yet he had stood in Slytherin's chamber, wielded Gryffindor's sword, and defeated Voldemort once again. Perhaps there was truth in both identities after all. With Ginny reviving, Lockhart obliterated by his own backfiring memory charm, and the basilisk dead, they made their way back through the tunnel. Fawkes provided an exit, his tail feather supporting them as they flew up the pipe to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The aftermath was a blur of activity. Ginny was reunited with her parents in the hospital wing. The petrified victims were promised restoration once the Mandrake restorative draft was completed. The school buzzed with rumors about what had happened in the chamber. But for Harry, only one question mattered now: who was he really? 2 days later, he was summoned to Dumbledore's office. Cassiopeia was already there, her face unusually grave. Beside her sat a large black dog that transformed, as Harry watched in shock, into a gaunt, hollow-eyed man with long, matted hair. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, "I believe it's time you met your godfather. Sirius Black." The man stepped forward hesitantly. "Hello, Harry. It's been a long time." Harry stared at him, emotions warring within. This wasn't his father, as he'd always believed. This was James Potter's best friend, who had been falsely imprisoned for betraying Harry's real parents. "You have a lot of explaining to do," Harry said finally, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "All of you do." Cassiopeia's lips curved in what might have been pride. "Indeed we do, Harry. Indeed we do." Chapter 3, The Fugitive Son. "The truth," Dumbledore said gently, "is both simpler and more complex than you might imagine." Harry sat rigid in his chair, acutely aware of the 3 adults watching him, Dumbledore behind his desk, Cassiopeia standing by the window, and Sirius Black perched anxiously on the edge of his seat. The office felt too small, too close. Harry fought the urge to stand, to move, to flee from revelations that threatened to unravel his entire identity. "Then explain it," he said, his voice remarkably steady. "All of it." Dumbledore folded his hands. "When Voldemort attacked the Potters, something extraordinary happened. His killing curse rebounded, leaving only that scar on your forehead. You survived what no wizard has ever survived. You became famous overnight, the boy who lived. But my parents, James and Lily Potter, they died," Harry said, testing the strange new reality of these names, these people who were supposedly his true parents. "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "And in the aftermath, we faced a decision. You were in danger from Voldemort's remaining followers. You needed protection, anonymity." Cassiopeia stepped forward. "That's when I proposed an alternative to Dumbledore's plan of placing you with your mother's Muggle sister." Harry turned to his great-aunt, or whoever she truly was to him. "You knew all along." "I knew what was necessary," she replied without apology. The magical world believed Harry Potter had died alongside his parents. Only a handful knew the truth. The perfect cover, Sirius said, speaking up for the first time since his initial greeting. His voice was hoarse from disuse, his eyes haunted. A black child, the son of two notorious Death Eaters, one imprisoned for betraying the Potters, who would ever connect such a child to Harry Potter? Dumbledore finished. It was an elegant solution to a complex problem. Harry processed this, mind racing. My scar was glamoured. A specialized long-term concealment charm, Cassiopeia confirmed. Reapplied annually. Along with subtle alterations to your appearance, enough to suggest black family features while maintaining your basic Potter genetics. Who else knows? Harry demanded. Only those in this room, Dumbledore said. And Severus Snape. Harry's eyes narrowed. Snape? Why would you tell him and not me? Professor Snape, Dumbledore corrected mildly, was essential to the deception. He knew your mother, your birth mother, Lily, quite well. His cooperation was necessary to ensure your safety at Hogwarts, particularly given your sorting into Slytherin. Harry turned to Sirius, studying the haggard man who had supposedly spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. You're innocent. You didn't betray my parents. No, Sirius confirmed, voice cracking. I would have died first. It was Peter Pettigrew, another friend, our friend. He was their secret keeper. He betrayed them to Voldemort, then faked his own death and framed me. Yet you've been in Azkaban all this time, Harry observed. Why escape now? Sirius and Dumbledore exchanged glances. I saw a photograph, Sirius explained. In the Daily Prophet. A wizarding family who'd won a contest, the Weasleys in Egypt. And there, on the boy's shoulder. A rat, Harry concluded, making the connection. Pettigrew is an animagus. Sirius looked surprised at Harry's quick understanding. Yes. The same rat I'd seen countless times during our school days. Missing a toe, just like the finger Pettigrew cut off before blowing up the street full of muggles. He's been hiding as the Weasley family pet all these years. Harry turned back to Cassiopeia. And what's your role in all this? You're not actually my great-aunt. No, she acknowledged. I am Cassiopeia Black, but we share no blood relation. I agreed to raise you for my own reasons. Which were? A thin smile curved her lips. The Black family was dying, disgraced, imprisoned, or married into other lines. I saw an opportunity to shape the future through you. To rebuild something worthy from the ashes of my family's legacy. So I was a project, Harry said flatly. You were a child who needed protection and training, Cassiopeia corrected. I provided both. My methods may have been severe, but they've served you well. Harry couldn't deny that. Every lesson, every harsh expectation had shaped him into who he was, someone capable of surviving the Chamber of Secrets, of building his own power base in Slytherin, of thinking 3 steps ahead of his peers. What happens now? He finally asked. Dumbledore sighed. That, Harry, is largely up to you. The world still believes you are Harry Black. We could maintain that deception, at least until Voldemort's threat is truly ended. Or. Harry prompted. Or we reveal the truth. Announce that Harry Potter lives, that he has been hidden for his protection all these years. Harry considered this, weighing options with the political acumen Cassiopeia had instilled in him. What about Sirius? He's still a fugitive. Without Pettigrew, proving my innocence will be difficult, Sirius admitted. But I had to see you. To explain. To ask if I want to live with you instead, Harry finished. Sirius nodded, hope and uncertainty warring in his gaunt face. Harry stood, walking to the window where Fawkes perched on his golden stand. The phoenix trilled softly, a sound that somehow eased the chaos in Harry's mind. I need time, he said finally. This is a lot to process. Of course, Dumbledore agreed. The school term ends in 2 weeks. Perhaps you could spend the first part of summer with Cassiopeia as usual, giving you time to consider your options. And I can find a secure location, Sirius added eagerly. Somewhere we could get to know each other. If you want. Harry turned back to face them, decision made. For now, I remain Harry Black publicly. I need to understand who Harry Potter is before I can become him. Cassiopeia nodded approvingly. Wise. And Sirius should focus on capturing Pettigrew, Harry continued. That's the key to his freedom and to establishing the full truth about what happened 12 years ago. The boy thinks like a Black, Cassiopeia remarked to Dumbledore, something like pride in her voice. And acts like a Potter, Sirius countered. Taking charge, fighting for what's right. Harry regarded them all coolly. I act like myself. Whether that's Harry Black or Harry Potter. I'm still figuring that out. Harry returned to the Slytherin dormitory that night with his mind still reeling. The password, Ascendancy, felt strangely appropriate as the walls slid open to admit him to the common room. Several students looked up as he entered, including Theodore Nott, who had been maintaining Harry's usual seat by the fire. Black, Nott greeted him, vacating the chair. Summoned by Dumbledore again? Harry nodded, settling into the high-backed chair. Just tying up loose ends regarding the chamber. The common room had a different energy now. News of Harry's role in slaying Slytherin's basilisk and saving Ginny Weasley had spread throughout the school, though details remained frustratingly vague in the official account. Most Slytherins regarded him with a mixture of respect and wariness. He had both proved his house loyalty by entering Salazar's secret chamber and complicated it by saving a Gryffindor blood traitor. Malfoy's been busy in your absence, Nott commented quietly. Suggesting you've gone soft. Protecting Weasleys, working with Dumbledore. Has he? Harry replied mildly. And the response? Mixed. The younger years still follow you. The 6th and 7th years are largely indifferent, focused on exams. It's the 4th and 5th years where Malfoy's found some traction. Harry considered this. The chamber incident had altered the carefully constructed balance of power he'd established. A recalibration was necessary. Where is Draco now? Dormitory. Planning something with Crabbe and Goyle. Harry nodded, then raised his voice slightly, addressing the scattered groups of Slytherins. I'd like to clarify something about recent events. Conversations paused. Even older students looked up with interest. Many of you have heard about what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry continued. Some details have been misconstrued. Yes, I slew Slytherin's basilisk. Yes, I saved Ginny Weasley. What you may not know is why. He leaned forward slightly, voice carrying clearly across the now silent common room. The chamber was opened and controlled by Lord Voldemort. Gasps and flinches greeted the name, exactly as Harry had anticipated. Not directly, but through a cursed diary that possessed the Weasley girl. Voldemort, or a memory of his younger self when he was known as Tom Riddle, was using her to attack Muggleborns, intending to fully resurrect himself by draining her life force. Why should we believe that? Called a 5th year named Montague. Sounds like Dumbledore propaganda. Because I spoke to him myself, Harry replied calmly. Tom Marvolo Riddle. It's an anagram for, I am Lord Voldemort. He was a Slytherin prefect 50 years ago, half-blood son of a Muggle father and a witch mother. He created his Voldemort identity here at Hogwarts. The revelation of Voldemort's half-blood status rippled through the room like a shock wave. Several pure-blood Slytherins looked physically ill. That's a lie, Montague protested, but with less conviction. Check the school records, Harry suggested. Tom Riddle received a special award for services to the school, for falsely identifying Hagrid as the heir of Slytherin during the last opening. His genealogy isn't difficult to trace. Draco had emerged from the dormitory during this exchange, his pale face flushed with anger. Why are you telling us this? Black? Trying to undermine the Dark Lord's cause? Harry fixed him with a steady gaze. I'm telling you because Slytherins value information and self-preservation. Many of your parents followed a half-blood who lied about his origins, who used and discarded his followers without remorse. That's not ambition. That's being a pawn. The words hit their mark. Even Draco seemed momentarily speechless. I don't care what cause each of you supports, Harry continued. Blood purity, magical tradition, personal advancement, those are your choices. But I will not let this house be manipulated by false pretenses. Not by Dumbledore, not by the Ministry, and certainly not by Tom Riddle. He stood, addressing the room at large. Slytherin is the house of ambition and cunning. Of independence and self-determination. Remember that before pledging yourselves to anyone else's agenda. Without waiting for responses, Harry headed toward the dormitory, letting his words settle into the stunned silence behind him. Not followed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well played, not murmured as they entered the second-year boys' room. Undermining Voldemort's mystique without directly opposing pure-blood values. Simply presenting facts, Harry replied. People can draw their own conclusions. Zabini looked up from his bed where he'd been reading. Bold move, revealing the Dark Lord's origins. Some won't thank you for it. I don't require thanks, Harry said, beginning his nightly routine. Just understanding. Later, as the dormitory fell silent with the steady breathing of sleeping boys, Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed. Who was he now? Harry Black, the Slytherin leader who had just delivered a calculated political blow to Voldemort's legacy within his house. Or Harry Potter, the orphan son of Gryffindors, destined to oppose the Dark Lord who had marked him as an equal. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. The only certainty was that his path had become infinitely more complicated. The final weeks of term passed in a blur of exams and speculation. The petrified victims were revived, including Hermione Granger, who immediately sought Harry out for a private conversation in the library. You solved it, she said without preamble. The basilisk. Harry nodded. We both did, in parts. She hesitated, then asked directly, what really happened in the chamber? The official story feels incomplete. Harry studied her thoughtfully. Hermione Granger was perhaps the brightest witch in their year, and despite house differences, she'd proven herself trustworthy. Still, the truth about his identity remained too dangerous to share widely. Voldemort created the diary when he was still Tom Riddle, he explained. It possessed Ginny, forcing her to open the chamber and release the basilisk. When I entered with Dumbledore and Snape, the diary riddle was already draining her life force to resurrect himself. And you destroyed it? The diary? With a basilisk fawn. The venom destroyed whatever dark magic animated it. Hermione absorbed this. The school's talking about you differently now. Even Ron Weasley seems confused about how to feel. You saved his sister but you're still a Slytherin, Harry finished. The son of Death Eaters. She flushed slightly. I didn't mean, it's fine, Harry assured her. Identity is complicated. House affiliations, family legacies, they're parts of us, but they don't define us completely. Something in his tone made Hermione look at him more closely. Did something else happen? You seem different. Harry smiled thinly. Let's just say the chamber changed my perspective on certain matters. Before Hermione could probe further, Madame Pants appeared to announce the library's closing for the evening. They gathered their things and walked together to the entrance hall, where they would separate for their respective common rooms. Will you write over the summer? Hermione asked hesitantly. If you'd like, Harry replied. Though Owl Post to Black Manor is heavily warded. I understand. Just, take care of yourself, Harry. It was the first time she'd used his first name. A small gesture, but significant, another shift in the carefully constructed boundaries he'd maintained. The Hogwarts Express journey home featured similar subtle changes. Harry shared a compartment with Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini, maintaining the core of his Slytherin alliance. Draco made a point of sitting elsewhere with Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson, a clear statement of his intent to establish a rival faction. Father's been asking about you, not mentioned as they neared London. Says interesting times are coming. Wants to know where you stand. And what did you tell him? Harry asked. Nott smiled slightly. That Harry Black stands on his own ground. That you're neither Dumbledore's man nor a Death Eater in waiting. Accurate enough. For now, Zabini interjected. Politics won't allow neutrality forever, Black. Eventually, everyone chooses sides. Harry gazed out at the passing landscape. Perhaps. Or perhaps they create their own. At King's Cross, Cassiopeia waited on the platform, her severe elegance drawing curious glances from other parents. Her face betrayed nothing of the revelations that had upended Harry's world. Great Aunt, Harry greeted her formally, maintaining appearances. Harry, she replied with a slight nod. Come. The car is waiting. They rode in silence until reaching the privacy of the enchanted Rolls-Royce that served as the Black family vehicle. Only then did Cassiopeia speak freely. Sirius has established a safe house. Unplottable location, Fidelius charm with Dumbledore as secret keeper. Harry nodded. And Pettigrew? Still at large. The Weasley boys' rat disappeared shortly after the chamber incident. Convenient timing. Too convenient, Harry agreed. Someone warned him. Precisely. Cassiopeia studied him. You've handled things well, considering the circumstances. You trained me to adapt. Yes. Something almost like regret flickered across her features. Though perhaps not for this particular scenario. Why did you do it? Harry asked suddenly. Take me in, raise me, knowing who I really was. Cassiopeia was silent for a long moment. The Black family was dying, she finally said. Regulus dead, Sirius imprisoned, Bellatrix and Narcissa married into other lines. Andromeda disowned. I was the last of my generation, with no children of my own. Then Dumbledore approached me with this extraordinary proposal. Political opportunity, Harry surmised. Initially, yes, she admitted. The irony was appealing, Harry Potter, raised as a Black, potentially becoming the redemption of our family name. But it became more than that. What changed? Her eyes met his, unusually direct. You did. You were not merely a political project, Harry. You were a child with remarkable potential. You became important to me. It was perhaps the closest Cassiopeia Black had ever come to expressing affection. Harry let the admission settle between them, its significance not lost on him. We have 3 weeks, Cassiopeia continued, practical as ever. 3 weeks to prepare you for meeting with Sirius, for potentially transitioning between identities. There are spells you should learn, memories I should share. And my appearance? The glamour concealing your scar can be removed at any time. The other subtle alterations will fade naturally once the annual renewal spell is discontinued. Harry nodded, mind already racing with implications. We should begin immediately. Cassiopeia's lips curved in approval. Some things haven't changed, it seems. Your determination remains intact. I'm still me, Harry said. Whatever name I use. Black Manor stood as it always had, imposing, ancient, wrapped in powerful protective magic. Yet as Harry moved through its familiar corridors, everything felt subtly different. The portraits of Black ancestors watching from the walls were not his ancestors. The family grimoire in the library contained no Potter references. The very foundation of his identity within these walls was built on an elaborate fiction. Cassiopeia wasted no time. The morning after their arrival, she summoned Harry to the training room, a chamber with stone walls etched with protective runes, designed for practicing potentially dangerous magic. Your mother, Lily Potter, was exceptionally talented in charms and potions, Cassiopeia began without preamble. Your father excelled in transfiguration and became an animagus without ministry registration, alongside Sirius and Pettigrew. Harry absorbed these small details about the parents he'd never known, feeling precious yet distant. James Potter came from an old pure-blood family, though they were known blood traitors, Cassiopeia continued. Liberal, Dumbledore supporters. Lily was Muggleborn, brilliant by all accounts. They defied the Dark Lord 3 times before going into hiding. Why did Voldemort target them specifically? Harry asked. Cassiopeia hesitated. That is something Dumbledore has not fully explained, even to me. There was a prophecy involved, apparently. Something that made the Dark Lord view you as a particular threat. She retrieved a small stone basin etched with runes from a cabinet, a pensive. I met your parents only once, at a ministry function shortly after their graduation from Hogwarts. I can share that memory, limited though it is. Harry nodded, suddenly eager despite himself. Cassiopeia raised her wand to her temple, drawing forth a silvery strand that she deposited in the basin. Touch the surface, she instructed. Harry did so and felt himself falling forward into the memory. He landed in what appeared to be a grand ministry ballroom. Wizards and witches in formal robes mingled, drinking and conversing. A much younger Cassiopeia stood nearby, observing the crowd with characteristic detachment. Her gaze settled on a young couple, a tall man with untidy black hair and glasses, his arm around a beautiful woman with striking green eyes and dark red hair. They were laughing together, radiating happiness and vitality. Memory Cassiopeia approached them with cool civility. Mr. Potter. Congratulations on joining the Aura program. Your family must be proud. The young man, James, Harry's father, turned with a friendly smile that faltered slightly at the sight of her. Ms. Black. Thank you. Yes, they are. And this must be your new wife, Cassiopeia continued, assessing Lily with an appraising gaze. I understand you achieved the highest Newt scores in charms in decades. Lily's green eyes, Harry's eyes, flashed with a combination of pride and wariness. I did. And you're Cassiopeia Black? I've read your monograph on protective enchantments. Brilliant work. Surprise flickered across Memory Cassiopeia's face. You've read my academic publications. Unusual for a Muggleborn. Lily finished, her chin lifting slightly. I find magical theory fascinating, regardless of who develops it. Good ideas transcend blood status, don't they? James looked both proud and amused by his wife's polite challenge. Memory Cassiopeia regarded Lily with newfound interest. Indeed, she conceded. Well articulated, Mrs. Potter. Perhaps not all of my brother's concerns about diluting magical education were justified. It was as close to a compliment as Cassiopeia Black was likely to offer a Muggleborn. The memory faded, and Harry found himself back in the training room, a strange ache in his chest. They were very young, Cassiopeia observed. Not much older than you are now when they married. Barely 21 when they died. Harry tried to reconcile the vibrant young couple from the memory with the abstract concept of parents he'd never truly had. They seemed happy. They were, by all accounts, devoted to each other. And later, to you. The ache intensified. Did you have any other interactions with them? No. The war intensified shortly after. They went into hiding the following year. Cassiopeia hesitated. I'm not the person to ask about James and Lily Potter as people, Harry. My interaction was minimal, my perspective limited by my own prejudices at the time. But Sirius knew them well, Harry concluded. Yes. He was James Potter's closest friend, your godfather. If you want to know who your parents truly were, he can tell you far more than I. The implication was clear. Despite her unexpected admission in the car, Cassiopeia was preparing Harry for a transition, not just of identity but of guardianship. From Harry Black to Harry Potter. From the austere guidance of Cassiopeia Black to the godfather relationship with Sirius. The realization left him with complicated emotions. For all her severity, all her calculated political maneuvering, Cassiopeia had been the only parental figure Harry had ever known. She had shaped him, his mind, his magic, his understanding of the world. The prospect of leaving Black Manor permanently felt strangely like loss. "I'm not choosing between identities," Harry said firmly. "Or between guardians. Whatever happens next, you've been significant in my life." Cassiopeia's expression softened marginally. A diplomatic answer. Perhaps too diplomatic. But honest, Harry insisted. She studied him for a moment, then nodded once. "We have work to do. Sirius expects you in 3 weeks, and there's much to prepare." The days at Black Manor fell into a new rhythm. Mornings were devoted to magical training, Cassiopeia pushing Harry further than ever before, teaching advanced defensive spells, protective enchantments, and subtle magical detection techniques. Afternoons focused on political education, the history of the First Wizarding War, detailed accounts of prominent Death Eater families, analysis of the Ministry's current power structures. Evenings were different. For the first time, Cassiopeia shared personal stories, her memories of Sirius as a rebellious child, of the Black family dynamics before they fractured, of the wizarding world when Grindelwald fell and Voldemort began his rise. "Your godfather was always different from the rest of us," she explained one evening as they sat in the library. "Sorted into Gryffindor, rejected the family's pure-blood ideology outright. Walburga, his mother, was furious, of course. Tried everything to bring him back in line. But he left instead," Harry recalled from previous lessons. "Ran away to the Potters. At 16. Effectively disowned himself before Walburga could do it officially. I disagreed with his politics, but I respected his conviction. Few Blacks have had the courage to truly defy family expectations." "Did you stay in contact with him?" "Minimally. I was considered moderate by Black family standards, interested in magical theory and preservation rather than active blood purism. Made me suspect to both sides during the war." She sipped her tea. "Sirius and I maintained formal correspondence until his arrest. I never believed he betrayed the Potters." Harry looked up in surprise. "You didn't?" "No. It contradicted everything I knew of his character. He would have died before harming James Potter or his family. When Dumbledore approached me about taking you in, part of my motivation was correcting a family injustice, in a way." It was a side of Cassiopeia Harry had never seen, admitting doubt, expressing something like regret. The war, he realized, had forced everyone to make impossible choices, to live with their consequences. "Do you think Sirius will be cleared?" he asked. "If Pettigrew is captured, yes. Without him?" She shook her head. "The Ministry has little incentive to admit such a catastrophic miscarriage of justice. Fudge is not known for political courage." Letters arrived regularly, updates from Dumbledore, reports on Sirius's preparations, and correspondence from Harry's Hogwarts associates. Theodore Nott wrote of growing tension between pureblood factions, with some families distancing themselves from former Death Eater associations while others doubled down. Blaise Zabini reported rumors of Ministry raids targeting dark artifacts, including one at Malfoy Manor. Most surprising was a letter from Ginny Weasley, a carefully worded thank you for his actions in the chamber, and an equally careful acknowledgement that she remembered little of her possession but felt lasting shame over her role in the attacks. Harry responded to each with measured openness, maintaining his connections while navigating his increasingly complex position. To Nott and Zabini, he emphasized his interest in developments without committing to any particular faction. To Ginny, he offered simple reassurance that her actions under possession were not her responsibility. 2 weeks into the summer, an unexpected visitor arrived. The wards alerted them to a presence at the edge of the property, someone requesting entry but unable to approach further due to the protective enchantments. Severus Snape, Cassiopeia identified after consulting the magical monitoring system in her study. Alone. Harry raised an eyebrow. Interesting timing. Indeed. Shall we receive him? Harry nodded. Cassiopeia temporarily adjusted the wards, allowing Snape to approach the manor. They received him in the formal sitting room, maintaining the proprieties despite the unusual circumstances. Professor, Harry greeted him neutrally. This is unexpected. Snape's dark eyes assessed Harry carefully. Mr. Black. I come at the headmaster's request. Regarding? Cassiopeia inquired, her tone equally reserved. Preparations for the coming year. Snape focused on Harry. The Ministry has ordered Dementors stationed around Hogwarts, ostensibly for protection against Sirius Black. Harry maintained his composure, though this was troubling news. They believe he'll target the school. They believe he's after you, specifically, Snape replied. Or rather, after Harry Black, the son of his alleged victims. The Ministry remains unaware of your actual circumstances. And these Dementors, they'll be on school grounds? Cassiopeia asked sharply. At the boundaries only, according to Fudge. Dumbledore opposed the measure but was overruled. Given your particular sensitivity to Dementors, preparation seemed prudent. Harry frowned. What sensitivity? Snape and Cassiopeia exchanged glances. Dementors force people to relive their worst memories, Cassiopeia explained. In your case. The night my parents died, Harry concluded. Precisely, Snape confirmed. The headmaster believes you may be unusually vulnerable to their effects. There is a charm, the Patronus charm, that provides protection. Typically beyond the capability of underage wizards, but given your circumstances. You're offering to teach me, Harry realized. Something like discomfort crossed Snape's features. I am acquiescing to the headmaster's request. The tension between them was palpable. Harry knew from Cassiopeia that Snape had harbored a complex relationship with his birth parents, particularly his mother. Now that Harry knew his true identity, that relationship extended to him by proxy. When would we begin? Harry asked. Now, if convenient, Snape replied. The charm requires significant practice. They moved to the training room, Cassiopeia observing from a corner as Snape explained the fundamentals. The Patronus charm channels positive energy, happy memories, into a protective force, Snape instructed. The incantation is, Expecto Patronum. The wand movement is thus. He demonstrated a fluid, sweeping motion. Focus on your happiest memory while casting. Harry raised his wand, considering what might constitute his happiest memory. Nothing immediately obvious came to mind. His life with Cassiopeia had been structured around achievement and discipline rather than conventional happiness. Expecto Patronum, he cast, focusing on the satisfaction of solving the chamber mystery. A faint silver mist emerged from his wand, dissipating almost immediately. Inadequate, Snape assessed. The memory must be powerful, genuinely happy. Not merely satisfying or triumphant. Harry tried again, this time recalling the moment he'd received his Hogwarts letter. Expecto Patronum. More silver mist, slightly thicker but still formless. Better, but still insufficient, Snape noted. Perhaps something more, personal. Harry closed his eyes, searching deeper. What truly constituted happiness in his experience? An unexpected memory surfaced, sitting in the Black Manor library at age 9, Cassiopeia explaining a complex magical theory, and for the first time saying, well-reasoned, Harry. I hadn't considered that perspective. The simple acknowledgement, so rare from his austere guardian, had filled him with a warm glow he'd never forgotten. Expecto Patronum, he cast with greater conviction. Silver light burst from his wand, coalescing into a large, misty shape, not fully formed, but with distinct outlines suggesting a four-legged animal. Snape's eyebrows rose slightly. Impressive for a first session. With practice, you should achieve a corporeal Patronus. From her corner, Cassiopeia watched with an unreadable expression. What form will it take? She asked Snape. That remains to be seen, he replied. Patronus forms reflect the caster's inner nature or significant emotional connections. Given his complicated heritage, it could be revealing. The implication hung in the air. Would Harry's Patronus take a form connected to James Potter, as Sirius's reportedly did? Or would it reflect his years as Harry Black? They practiced for another hour, Harry making incremental progress. By the end, he could consistently produce the misty Proto-Patronus, though a fully corporeal form remained elusive. As Snape prepared to leave, he hesitated at the manor's entrance. There is another matter, he said reluctantly. Regarding next year's defense against the dark arts professor. Let me guess, Cassiopeia said dryly. Another incompetent ministry placement. Worse, Snape replied. Remus Lupin. Harry noticed both adults tense. Who is Remus Lupin? Another of your father's friends, Snape answered, voice cooling noticeably. Part of Black's little group at Hogwarts. He's also a werewolf, Cassiopeia added bluntly. Though that fact is supposedly secret. Harry processed this unexpected information. Another connection to my past. Convenient timing. Dumbledore's orchestration, no doubt, Cassiopeia agreed. Surrounding you with your parents' associates just as the truth emerges. Snape's expression remained rigidly neutral. Lupin is unaware of your true identity. For now. But he will be told, Harry surmised. The headmaster believes so, yes. Once your transition progresses further. After Snape departed, Harry and Cassiopeia remained in the entrance hall, considering this new development. Dumbledore is accelerating his timeline, Cassiopeia observed. Bringing in Lupin, preparing for your potential public revelation as Harry Potter. While the Ministry hunts Sirius and surrounds the school with Dementors, Harry added. Creating multiple layers of chaos. Classic Dumbledore strategy, controlling apparent disorder. Cassiopeia's lips thinned. We need to adjust our approach. You need to be prepared for all contingencies. Harry nodded, mind already analyzing possibilities. I'll need to maintain my Slytherin position while potentially transitioning identities. Complicated. But not impossible, Cassiopeia assured him. You've built your influence on more than just the Black name. Strength, intelligence, strategic thinking, those qualities remain regardless of what you call yourself. Harry appreciated her confidence, though privately he wondered if she underestimated the shock waves his true identity would create. The boy who lived, hidden in Slytherin all along. The political implications were staggering. 1 week remains before you meet Sirius, Cassiopeia reminded him. Let's make it count. The journey to Sirius's safe house was circuitous by design. Harry and Cassiopeia traveled first by conventional means to London, then via a series of portkeys to increasingly remote locations. The final leg required reading a slip of paper in Dumbledore's handwriting. The sanctuary can be found at Oakwood Cottage, Dartmoor. As Harry read the words, a small stone cottage materialized before them, nestled in a copse of ancient oaks. Smoke curled from its chimney despite the summer warmth. Cassiopeia hesitated at the boundary. The wards will admit you, but perhaps not me. Our arrangement wasn't built on mutual trust. Harry realized she was preparing to leave, to hand him over to Sirius without accompanying him inside. The thought was unexpectedly discomfiting. I'd prefer you came in, he said. At least initially. Something like surprise flickered across her features. Very well. They approached together. The door opened before they could knock, revealing Sirius Black, still thin and haunted looking, but cleaner, his hair trimmed, wearing simple but decent robes. Harry, he greeted warmly, then nodded stiffly to Cassiopeia. Cousin Black, she acknowledged. You look improved. Amazing what freedom and regular meals can do, he replied with a hint of his old humor. Please, come in. The cottage interior was modest but comfortable, a small sitting room with worn furniture, a kitchen visible through an archway, and a narrow staircase leading to upper rooms. Books and scrolls were scattered about, suggesting Sirius had been researching extensively. Tea. Sirius offered, surprisingly domestic. Please, Harry accepted, observing his godfather carefully. Despite his improved appearance, Sirius moved with the caution of someone still adjusting to freedom, his eyes occasionally darting to windows and doors, checking exits, assessing security. As they settled with teacups, the initial awkwardness hung heavy between them. I've been preparing the place, Sirius said, gesturing vaguely. In case you wanted to, stay. There's a room upstairs. Nothing fancy, but, it's fine, Harry assured him. Thank you. Cassiopeia set down her cup. Perhaps we should address the immediate practicalities. Harry will be with you for 2 weeks before returning to school. Decisions about longer-term arrangements can wait. Right, Sirius agreed, shooting her an irritated glance before focusing on Harry. I've been tracking Pettigrew. Got close twice in Wales, but he slipped away. The ministry's search for you complicates matters, Harry observed. Sirius nodded grimly. They've got it backward as usual. I'm hunting him, but they think I'm hunting you. Or rather, hunting Harry Black, Cassiopeia corrected. The supposed son of Bellatrix Lestrange and yourself. Sirius winced at the mention of Bellatrix. That part of the deception always turned my stomach. The thought of having a child with my psychotic cousin. It served its purpose, Cassiopeia said coolly. No one looked for Harry Potter in the son of 2 notorious Death Eaters. At what cost? Sirius demanded, anger flaring. Raising James and Lily's son to believe he came from that legacy. Teaching him pureblood politics and dark magic, teaching him to survive, Cassiopeia interrupted sharply. To think critically, to defend himself, to navigate a world that would use him for its own purposes. Look at him, Sirius. Truly look. Do you see a broken child? A dark wizard in training? Or do you see a young man who has thrived despite impossible circumstances? Sirius fell silent, his gaze shifting to Harry, who had watched this exchange with outward calm despite his internal discomfort. I'd like to speak, Harry said quietly but firmly. Since this concerns me directly. Both adults looked somewhat chastened. I understand you both have strong feelings about how I was raised, Harry continued. But what's done is done. I am who I am, parts Harry Black, parts Harry Potter, and parts entirely my own making. I won't reject either legacy, nor will I be defined solely by either. Sirius's expression softened. You sound like your mother when you talk like that. Lily always cut straight to the heart of things. While maintaining diplomatic skill, Cassiopeia added, a rare point of agreement. A trait you've inherited as well. Harry felt a strange warmth at these connections to parents he'd never known. I want to learn about them, he said to Sirius. Not just facts, but who they really were. Their strengths, their flaws, their dreams. I'd like that, Sirius replied, genuine emotion in his voice. I have so many stories to share. Cassiopeia rose. Perhaps that's my cue to leave you to become acquainted. Harry, I'll return in 2 weeks to assist with your school preparations. Harry stood as well. Thank you for everything, Cassiopeia. For a moment, he thought she might embrace him, something she had never done in all their years together. Instead, she placed a formal hand on his shoulder, squeezing briefly. Remember your training, she said simply. And remember that identity is a tool, not a prison. Use it accordingly. With that cryptic advice, she departed, leaving Harry alone with the godfather he barely knew. Sirius exhaled heavily. Well, that was Cassiopeia Black in a nutshell. Practical to the last. She raised me well, Harry said, feeling a strange need to defend her. I know, Sirius admitted. I may not like her methods or her politics, but I can't argue with results. You're alive, healthy, and remarkably well-adjusted considering everything. He gestured toward the kitchen. Hungry? I'm not much of a cook, but I can manage sandwiches. The simple domestic offer broke the tension. Harry followed Sirius into the kitchen, watching as his godfather assembled a modest meal with the careful concentration of someone relearning basic skills. Azkaban takes a lot from you, Sirius explained, noticing Harry's observation. Even simple pleasures like preparing food become foreign. I'm still reacquainting myself with being human. How did you survive? Harry asked. 12 years surrounded by Dementors. Sirius's hands stilled momentarily. I held on to the one thought they couldn't take from me, that I was innocent. It wasn't a happy thought, so they couldn't feed on it. And when things got unbearable, I transformed. Into your animagus form, Harry recalled. A dog. Yes. Animal emotions are simpler, less affected by Dementors. It preserved my sanity, such as it is. He placed a sandwich before Harry. Not exactly a heartwarming story for our first meal together. I prefer honesty to heartwarming, Harry replied. Cassiopeia never sugar-coated reality. I appreciate the same from you. Sirius studied him with a mixture of sadness and pride. You've grown up faster than you should have had to. James and Lily would have wanted you to have a proper childhood. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged. But we rarely get what we want in this world. We make the best of what we have. Spoken like a true Slytherin, Sirius observed, though without the bitterness Harry might have expected. That was the biggest shock, you know. Learning my godson, James Potter's son, had been sorted into Slytherin. Does it bother you? Harry asked directly. Sirius considered this seriously. It did at first. My family, our family, has a long history in Slytherin, much of it dark. I rejected that legacy completely, chose Gryffindor, chose a different path. And I seem to have embraced it. Have you, though? Sirius challenged gently. From what Dumbledore tells me, you've redefined what it means to be a Slytherin. Leadership without cruelty. Ambition without prejudice. Cunning in service of protecting others. He shook his head in wonder. That's not embracing the Black legacy, it's transforming it into something new. The assessment surprised Harry. I hadn't thought of it that way. Neither had I, until Remus pointed it out, Sirius admitted. He said you've done something revolutionary, bringing Slytherin qualities to serve purposes Godric Gryffindor himself would approve. Remus Lupin, Harry said. My parents' other friend. Soon to be my professor. And a good man, Sirius affirmed. One of the best I've ever known, despite his condition. His lycanthropy, Harry stated matter-of-factly. Cassiopeia mentioned it. Sirius frowned slightly. Of course she would. Typical Black family attitude toward what they consider half-breeds. Actually, she mentioned it pragmatically, not judgmentally, Harry corrected. Knowledge is power, after all. Forewarned is forearmed. Fair enough, Sirius conceded. Though Remus's condition is supposed to be confidential. Dumbledore's arranged for him to receive Wolfsbane potion during the school year. He'll be perfectly safe. They ate in companionable silence for a few minutes, both adjusting to this new dynamic, neither fully comfortable, but finding their way. Would you like to see some photographs? Sirius finally asked. Of your parents? Remus sent over some he'd preserved. Harry nodded, unexpectedly eager. I'd like that very much. The rest of the evening passed in stories, Sirius sharing memories of James and Lily Potter, their school days, their wedding, Harry's infancy. Some tales made Harry laugh, others left him pensive, all filled gaps in his understanding of the people whose blood ran in his veins. Later, settled in the small bedroom Sirius had prepared for him, Harry reflected on the day's revelations. The room was simply decorated but thoughtfully arranged, a desk by the window, bookshelves stocked with both academic texts and popular wizarding fiction, and on the bedside table, a framed photograph of James and Lily holding an infant Harry, all three smiling. It felt strange, this new connection to a past he hadn't known was his, this alternative life he might have led. Yet Harry found himself not mourning what could have been, but integrating these new pieces into his understanding of himself. Harry Black and Harry Potter, perhaps they weren't separate identities after all, but facets of the same complex whole. With that thought, he drifted into the most peaceful sleep he'd had since the Chamber of Secrets. The 2 weeks with Sirius passed quickly. They settled into an unexpected routine, mornings spent outdoors, exploring the moors around the cottage, Sirius often transforming into his animagus form, clearly relishing the freedom, afternoons devoted to discussions of Harry's parents, magical theory, and planning for the coming school year, evenings spent reading by the fire or playing wizard chess. Sirius proved to be knowledgeable about defensive magic, coaching Harry on his Patronus charm until he could consistently produce the misty, near-corporeal form. Though still not fully defined, the Patronus was clearly four-legged, leading to much speculation about its eventual shape. "Your father's was a stag," Sirius told him. "Mine is a large dog, similar to my animagus form. Your mother never showed us hers, said it was private." 5 days into Harry's stay, they received an unexpected visit from Remus Lupin. The man who arrived at the cottage door was shabby and prematurely lined, but his eyes were kind and intelligent. "Sirius," he greeted warmly, embracing his old friend before turning to Harry with visible emotion. "And Harry. It's extraordinary to see you. The last time I saw you, you were barely a year old." "Professor Lupin," Harry responded formally, uncertain how to interact with this new connection to his past. "Just Remus, please, when we're not at school," he requested. "I've only just wrapped my mind around the fact that you're alive, let alone that I'll be teaching you." They settled in the sitting room, Harry observing the easy rapport between the two old friends. There was history here, decades of shared experiences, inside jokes, and the unspoken understanding of those who've weathered tragedy together. "Dumbledore's filled me in on the basics," Remus explained. "Though I admit I'm still processing it all." "Harry Potter raised as Harry Black, it's quite remarkable." "Remarkable is one word for it," Sirius muttered. "And you've been in Slytherin," Remus continued, studying Harry with genuine interest rather than judgment. "Excelling there, from what I understand." Harry nodded cautiously. "It's been a good fit, actually." "I can see that," Remus said thoughtfully. "You have a certain containment about you. Measured, observant. Very different from James, who wore everything on his sleeve." "But the eyes are all lily," Sirius added. "Not just the color, but the way you assess situations, calculate options." Harry felt strangely exposed under their combined gaze, these men who saw echoes of his birth parents in him, who had expectations based on people he'd never known. "I'm not exactly like either of them," he said quietly but firmly. "I can't be." "Of course not," Remus agreed immediately. "You're your own person, Harry. Shaped by different experiences, different influences. That's not just natural, it's right." The simple acceptance in Remus's words eased something in Harry's chest. Unlike Sirius, who sometimes seemed to search for James in Harry's features or mannerisms, Remus appeared to see Harry as he was now. Their conversation shifted to practical matters, Remus's curriculum plans for defense against the dark arts, the Ministry's ongoing hunt for Sirius, and strategies for navigating the Dementor presence at Hogwarts. "I can continue working with you on the Patronus charm at school," Remus offered. "Private lessons could be arranged without raising suspicion." "That would be helpful," Harry agreed. "Especially if we frame it as preparation for a Slytherin student particularly targeted by Black." Sirius winced at the irony, but nodded. "Good cover story. Though it still turns my stomach that the entire wizarding world thinks I'm trying to kill my own godson." All part of the elaborate deception, Remus noted dryly. Which brings us to the larger question, how long do we maintain it? When does Harry Potter return to the wizarding world? The question hung heavily in the air. Harry had been considering this himself over the past weeks, weighing options with the political acumen Cassiopeia had instilled in him. Not immediately, he decided. The timing needs to be strategic. How so? Sirius asked. Revealing my identity now creates multiple vulnerabilities, Harry explained. First, it undermines my position in Slytherin House before I've fully consolidated it. Second, it alerts Voldemort's remaining followers that Harry Potter is accessible, potentially in a hostile house environment. Third, it complicates your situation, Sirius, shifting the narrative from Black hunting his son to Black searching for his godson. Remus looked impressed. Quite the strategic analysis. Cassiopeia's influence, Sirius acknowledged, though without his usual bitterness. She taught you to think 3 steps ahead. So what do you propose? Remus asked. We maintain the deception until we've captured Pettigrew, Harry said decisively. That's the key to everything, proving Sirius's innocence, establishing the truth about what happened 12 years ago, and creating a foundation for revealing my true identity. And if Pettigrew proves elusive? Remus pressed. Then we reassess at winter holidays, Harry replied. But for now, I remain Harry Black publicly. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances, communicating silently in the way of old friends. Dumbledore will need to agree, Sirius finally said. He may have his own timeline in mind. Dumbledore has had 12 years to reveal the truth, Harry countered evenly. A few more months won't matter. Again, that impressed look from Remus. You don't defer automatically to Dumbledore's judgment. Interesting. I respect the headmaster, Harry clarified. But I've learned to form my own assessments. Spoken like your mother, Remus said with a small smile. Lily respected Dumbledore enormously, but she never followed blindly. Always questioned, always sought to understand his reasoning. These small connections to his birth parents, how his mind worked like Lily's, how a particular expression reminded Sirius of James, were gradually building a picture Harry had never had before. Not replacing his identity as Harry Black, but enriching his understanding of his complete heritage. The conversation shifted to lighter topics as the evening progressed. Remus shared stories of the Marauders' school days, painting a picture of 4 friends who had been inseparable, until Pettigrew's betrayal tore everything apart. The absent traitor's name always brought a darkness to both men's expressions, a painful reminder of trust destroyed. Before departing, Remus pulled Harry aside briefly. I want you to know, he said quietly, that I see you for who you are now, not just as James and Lily's son. Your experiences in Slytherin, your upbringing with Cassiopeia, these aren't things to overcome or erase. They're valuable parts of who you've become. The simple acknowledgement meant more than Harry expected. Thank you, Professor, Remus. We'll find our way through this complicated situation together, Remus promised. And regardless of what name you use or house you're in, I'm very glad to have you back in my life, Harry. After Remus left, Sirius seemed pensive, staring into the fireplace with a faraway expression. Something wrong? Harry asked. Sirius sighed. Just thinking about how different everything could have been. If I hadn't gone after Peter that night, if I'd focused on you instead, you would have grown up knowing who you really were, knowing about James and Lily. But I wouldn't be who I am now, Harry pointed out. For better or worse, my experiences have shaped me. I can't regret who I've become, even if the path was unorthodox. Sirius studied him with a mixture of sadness and pride. You're wise beyond your years, you know that. James would have been baffled by it, he was all impulse and heart. But Lily, she'd understand you perfectly. Tell me more about them. Harry requested. Not the grand adventures or dramatic moments. The small things, their habits, their quirks. Sirius smiled, settling back in his chair. Your father couldn't cook to save his life. Burned water, if that's possible. But he made the best cup of tea I've ever had, some complex charm he'd invented just for that purpose. The stories continued late into the night, small, intimate details that filled in the human dimensions of James and Lily Potter beyond their heroic sacrifices. Harry absorbed it all, adding these pieces to the mosaic of his understanding. The day before Harry was due to return to Black Manor in preparation for the new school year, an owl arrived bearing the Hogwarts seal. Inside were 2 letters, the standard supplies list, and a more unusual note from Professor McGonagall. Mr. Black, in light of recent events and your exemplary conduct during last term's difficulties, I am pleased to inform you that you have been selected as a prefect for Slytherin House, effective immediately despite your third-year status. This exceptional appointment has been approved by both Professor Snape and the headmaster. Circumstances at Hogwarts this year require additional student leadership. Your demonstrated maturity and ability to work across house boundaries make you particularly suited to this role. Please find enclosed your prefect badge. The prefects' meeting will take place in the first compartment of the Hogwarts Express. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry stared at the silver and green prefect badge that had fallen into his palm, surprised despite himself. What is it? Sirius asked, noticing his expression. I've been made prefect, Harry replied, still processing. 2 years early. Sirius took the letter, reading it quickly. Extraordinary appointment, circumstances require additional student leadership. He looked up, frowning. This isn't standard practice. Dumbledore's planning something. Obviously, Harry agreed. The question is what? Preparing the groundwork for your potential identity reveal? Sirius suggested. Or creating legitimate authority for you within Slytherin House? Perhaps both, Harry mused. Plus practical considerations, prefects have more freedom of movement, access to areas regular students don't. Could be useful with Dementors around the school and you potentially nearby. Sirius nodded slowly. Makes sense. Though the timing is interesting, giving you this news while you're here with me, not at Black Manor with Cassiopeia. Harry hadn't considered that angle, but Sirius was right. The news coming now prevented Cassiopeia from immediately influencing how he approached the role. Dumbledore playing chess as usual, Sirius commented, returning the letter. Moving pieces into position for whatever endgame he envisions. I'm not a piece on his board, Harry said quietly. Or on anyone else's. Sirius's expression softened. No, you're not. And that, Harry, may be the most important thing to remember this year. Everyone will try to define you, as Harry Black or Harry Potter, as Slytherin leader or boy who lived, as James and Lily's son or Cassiopeia's protégé. But ultimately, I define myself, Harry finished. Exactly. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Now, I believe this calls for celebration. I've been saving a bottle of butterbeer for a special occasion. Their final evening together was surprisingly light-hearted. The weight of secrets and expectations temporarily lifted as they toasted Harry's appointment, played one last game of wizard chess, which Harry won handily, and finalized plans for staying in contact throughout the school year. I'll be nearby, Sirius promised. Not in Hogsmeade, too risky, but close enough if you need me. We can communicate through Remus. Be careful, Harry urged. The Dementors won't distinguish between the actual Sirius Black and a large black dog. I've evaded them for months already, Sirius assured him. But I appreciate the concern. As Harry packed his belongings the next morning, Sirius lingered in the doorway, clearly struggling with their impending separation. I wish you could just stay, he admitted. We've hardly had any time together. I know, Harry said. But Hogwarts is where I need to be right now. And you need to focus on finding Pettigrew. Always the practical one, Sirius observed with a sad smile. Another way you're like your mother. When Cassiopeia arrived to collect Harry, the tension between the two adults was palpable but restrained. They exchanged formal pleasantries while Harry completed his preparations. "He's done well," Sirius told her stiffly. "Made progress with the Patronus charm. Handled everything admirably." Cassiopeia nodded. "I expected nothing less. He's been well trained." The unspoken competition between them, for Harry's loyalty, his affection, his future, hung in the air, though both were too proud to acknowledge it directly. "All right," Harry promised Sirius as they said their goodbyes. "And we'll see each other at Christmas, if not before." Sirius embraced him tightly, the first real hug Harry could remember receiving since early childhood. "Be safe," Sirius murmured. "And remember, whatever happens at school this year, whatever you decide about your identity, I'm proud of you. Just as you are." The simple statement carried unexpected weight. Harry returned the embrace briefly before stepping back, composing himself. "Thank you," he said simply. "For everything." As he departed with Cassiopeia, Harry glanced back once to see Sirius framed in the cottage doorway, a solitary figure simultaneously free and trapped, no longer in Azkaban, but still a prisoner of circumstance. "He cares for you deeply," Cassiopeia observed as they walked beyond the property's boundaries. "Yes," Harry agreed. "And you? Do you care, Cassiopeia?" She paused, regarding him with uncharacteristic directness. "I am not demonstrative by nature, Harry. The Black family rarely expresses softer emotions. But yes, in my way, I care what happens to you. More than I anticipated when this arrangement began." Coming from Cassiopeia, it was practically a declaration of maternal love. Harry nodded, accepting the admission for what it was. "Now," she continued briskly, "tell me about this prefect appointment. Highly unusual, but potentially advantageous." They discussed strategies all the way back to Black Manor, falling into their familiar pattern of political analysis and tactical planning. Yet something had shifted subtly in their dynamic, a new understanding, perhaps, that their connection transcended the original deception that had brought them together. Harry spent his final week of summer preparing for the complex challenges ahead, maintaining his Slytherin leadership with his new prefect authority, navigating the presence of Dementors, managing relationships with Remus Lupin and Severus Snape, all while carrying the secret of his true identity. The night before returning to Hogwarts, Harry stood before the mirror in his bedroom at Black Manor, studying his reflection. With a whispered incantation, he temporarily removed the glamour concealing his lightning bolt scar. The mark stood stark against his forehead, physical evidence of his survival, of Voldemort's fall, of his parents' sacrifice. Who was he, truly? Harry Black, the cunning Slytherin leader raised in pure blood tradition. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, born to Gryffindor heroes. Or someone entirely new, a synthesis of both legacies, forging his own path. As he restored the glamour, Harry made a silent promise to himself: this year, he would define his own identity, not Dumbledore, not Cassiopeia, not even Sirius. The choice would be his alone. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual start-of-term chaos. Parents fussed over children, students reunited with friends, owls hooted in their cages, and the Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the steam-filled platform. Harry's arrival with Cassiopeia drew more attention than usual, partly due to the silver prefect badge gleaming on his chest, partly due to Sirius Black's escape and the rumors that he was hunting his supposed son. Whispers followed them through the crowd. Third-year prefect. Unprecedented. Dumbledore must be mad, giving a Black that much authority. Heard his father's been sighted near Hogwarts already. Cassiopeia ignored the gossip with practiced dignity. Remember, she told Harry quietly, perception shapes reality. How you handle these first days with your new authority will set the tone for the entire year. I understand, Harry assured her. Her goodbye was characteristically restrained, a formal handshake, a penetrating look. Right if you need anything. The manor remains your home, regardless of other developments. It was as close as Cassiopeia would come to acknowledging the changing circumstances, the possibility that Harry might eventually choose Sirius over her. Harry nodded, recognizing the significance of the gesture. "Thank you," he said simply. "For everything." As the prefect, Harry was required to attend the meeting in the first compartment before joining his housemates. He made his way through the train, aware of the stares his early appointment attracted. The prefect's compartment was already half full when he arrived, mostly fifth years who had expected to be the youngest prefects present. "Black?" Marcus Flint said with surprise as Harry entered. "What are you doing here?" Harry displayed his badge without comment. The other Slytherin prefects exchanged glances. "Special appointment," Gemma Farley surmised, looking Harry over assessingly. "Interesting. Snape must have pushed for it." The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw prefects seemed merely curious, but the Gryffindors were openly suspicious. Percy Weasley, sporting a head boy badge, frowned disapprovingly. "Third years aren't eligible for prefect status," he stated pompously. "It's against school tradition." "Take it up with Dumbledore," Harry suggested calmly, taking a seat. The appointment came directly from him and McGonagall. The meeting proceeded with Percy outlining prefect duties with self-important verbosity, patrolling corridors, supervising younger students, maintaining order, reporting rule-breakers. Harry listened attentively while observing the dynamics among the older students. The house divisions were clear, Slytherin and Gryffindor prefects barely acknowledging each other, Hufflepuffs mediating, Ravenclaws remaining aloof. Additionally, Percy concluded, prefects will be expected to assist with security measures related to the Dementors stationed around school grounds. "You'll receive specific instructions from your heads of house." After the meeting, Harry made his way through the train to find his Slytherin associates. He located Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini in a compartment midway down the train, along with Daphne Greengrass, a reserved, intelligent girl who typically maintained political neutrality within Slytherin. Prefect Black, Zabini greeted with a raised eyebrow. "Congratulations are in order, it seems." "Unprecedented appointment," Nott added, studying Harry's badge. "Dumbledore's machinations, no doubt." Harry took a seat, conscious of how his new authority might alter the dynamic among his peers. "Special circumstances," he said simply. "The Dementors require additional supervision." "Speaking of special circumstances," Daphne said quietly, "is it true your father has been sighted near Hogwarts?" "So the Ministry claims," Harry replied neutrally. "And does that concern you?" she pressed. Harry met her gaze steadily. "Should it?" The compartment fell silent as the others assessed this response. Harry had neither confirmed fear nor expressed bravado, the perfect Slytherin balance. "Malfoy's telling everyone you'll be Black's prime target," Nott informed him. "Playing up the danger, suggesting you might need protection." "How considerate," Harry said dryly. "He's been busy this summer," Zabini added. "His father's ministry connections have been working overtime since the chamber incident. The Daily Prophet ran that piece about you, Slytherin's basilisk slayer, hero or dark wizard in training." "Subtle," Harry commented. The Prophet article had been a masterpiece of innuendo, praising his actions while questioning his motives, emphasizing his connection to the notorious Black family, at every opportunity. "Draco's strategy is obvious," Daphne observed. "Undermine your position by connecting you to your father's alleged crimes, while positioning himself as the stable alternative." "Predictable," Harry agreed. "But potentially effective with the current climate." "Where is Draco now?" "2 compartments down with Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson," Nott replied. "He's been avoiding direct confrontation since your dormitory showdown last term." The train journey continued with discussion of summer activities and political developments. The conversation flowed naturally, but Harry noted subtle changes in how the others addressed him, slightly more deference, more attention to his opinions. The prefect badge carried weight, even among those who had already acknowledged his leadership. As afternoon faded toward evening, the train began to slow. Rain lashed against the windows, blurring the view outside. "We can't be there yet," Zabini frowned, checking his watch. The train jerked to an abrupt halt. Lights flickered and died, plunging them into darkness. The temperature dropped precipitously, frost crystallizing on the windows. "Dementors," Harry said quietly, recognizing the signs Snape and Sirius had described. He drew his wand, summoning the Patronus lessons to mind. "Lumos." The tip illuminated, casting eerie shadows across his friends' concerned faces. "What do we do?" Daphne asked, her composure slipping slightly. "Stay calm," Harry instructed. "They're searching the train for Sirius Black. They'll pass once they're satisfied he's not aboard." Even as he spoke, an unnatural cold penetrated the compartment. Harry felt it in his chest, an icy weight, draining hope, smothering happiness. The compartment door slid open slowly, revealing a towering, hooded figure. Beneath the hood, only darkness was visible, a void where a face should be. Harry heard the others gasp, saw Zabini recoil and Daphne turn deathly pale. But worse than the Dementor's appearance was what followed, voices echoing in Harry's mind, screams he'd never heard yet somehow recognized. "Not Harry. Please, not Harry." A woman's voice, desperate, pleading. His mother, Lily, in her final moments. "Stand aside, you foolish girl, stand aside now." A high, cold voice, Voldemort, ordering his mother to let him kill her infant son. "Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead." Harry's vision tunneled, the screaming growing louder. With enormous effort, he raised his wand. "Expecto Patronum," he gasped, focusing desperately on his strongest memory, Sirius telling him stories of his parents, the connection to his true heritage. Silver mist erupted from his wand, not fully formed but substantial enough to push the Dementor back from the doorway. The creature hesitated, then glided away down the corridor. Warmth gradually returned to the compartment. "Merlin's beard," Zabini breathed. "What was that spell?" "Patronus charm," Harry explained, his voice steadier than he felt. "Defense against Dementors." "Where did you learn that?" Daphne asked, clearly impressed. "That's Newt-level magic." "Special lessons," Harry replied vaguely. "Given the circumstances." The lights flickered back on, and the train slowly resumed its journey. Harry distributed chocolate from his trunk, another tip from Remus, explaining it helped counteract the Dementor's effects. The others accepted gratefully, color gradually returning to their faces. "You heard something, didn't you?" Not asked quietly while Zabini and Daphne discussed the experience. "When the Dementor came close." "Something specific?" Harry glanced at him sharply. Nott's perception was uncanny at times. "What makes you say that?" "Your expression," Nott replied simply. "It wasn't just fear or discomfort. It was recognition." Harry considered deflecting, then decided on a partial truth. "Dementors force you to relive your worst memories. Mine are complicated." Nott nodded, accepting this without pushing further. "If those creatures will be around Hogwarts all year, that Patronus might be worth learning." "I can teach you the basics," Harry offered, seeing an opportunity to strengthen his alliance. "Though it's difficult magic. Requires intense concentration and genuinely happy memories." By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, the Dementor encounter had already transformed into the main topic of conversation throughout the train. Harry's successful repulsion of the creature from their compartment, exaggerated with each retelling, had become the central feature of the story. His prefect status, combined with this demonstration of advanced magic, created an immediate impact on his standing. As they boarded the carriages to Hogwarts, Harry noticed Draco watching him with poorly concealed resentment. The Patronus incident had undermined Draco's strategy before it could properly begin. Hard to paint someone as a potential victim when they've just demonstrated the ability to defend against one of the wizarding world's most feared creatures. The start of term feast proceeded with Dumbledore's usual announcements, including a grave warning about the Dementors stationed around the school. "They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds, Dumbledore informed them, his usual twinkle absent. While they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. Harry scanned the high table as Dumbledore spoke. Snape was watching the Slytherin table with his usual inscrutable expression. Beside him sat Remus Lupin, looking shabby but alert. Their eyes met briefly, Remus offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. After introducing Lupin as the new defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore concluded with a piece of news that sent a ripple of surprise through the Great Hall. Finally, I'm pleased to announce that Hogwarts will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year. Excited whispers broke out immediately. The Triwizard Tournament was legendary, a magical competition between the three major European wizarding schools, discontinued centuries ago due to the high death toll. The tournament will be officially opened in October, Dumbledore continued, when delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrive. However, due to safety concerns, only students who are of age, that is, 17 years or older, will be permitted to put forward their names for consideration. Groans of disappointment followed this announcement, particularly from the Gryffindor table. Harry, however, was more interested in the political implications. The tournament would bring international attention to Hogwarts, foreign students and dignitaries, ministry involvement, all potential complications for maintaining his dual identity. As prefect, Harry was responsible for leading the first years to the Slytherin dormitory after the feast. He performed this duty efficiently, explaining house traditions and expectations along the way. In the common room, Professor Snape was waiting to deliver his start-of-term address. Another year begins, Snape intoned, dark eyes sweeping over the assembled Slytherins. With it comes both opportunity and challenge. The presence of Dementors, the upcoming tournament, and certain political developments will test Slytherin House's unity and judgment. His gaze settled briefly on Harry. Some of you may have noticed an unusual appointment this year. Mr. Black has been made prefect despite his third-year status. This decision reflects both his demonstrated abilities and the unique circumstances we face. Murmurs rippled through the common room. Snape silenced them with a look. Slytherin House values ambition and achievement. Mr. Black has displayed both. I expect all of you to respect the authority his badge represents, regardless of his age. With that explicit endorsement, Snape dismissed the students to their dormitories. Harry remained behind at a subtle gesture from the professor. A word, Mr. Black. When the common room had emptied, Snape spoke directly. The Dementor on the train. I understand you attempted a Patronus charm. Yes, sir. Successfully. Partially, Harry admitted. Enough to drive it away, not enough for a corporeal form. Snape nodded, seemingly unsurprised. Professor Lupin will continue your instruction in that area. As for your prefect duties, I expect exemplary performance. Of course, Professor. Snape studied him for a moment longer. The dynamics within Slytherin have shifted since last term. Your revelation about the Dark Lord's origins has unsettled certain families. Created doubts, divisions. That wasn't my intention, Harry said carefully. Wasn't it? Snape's eyebrow arched skeptically. You're not naive, Mr. Black, or should I say, Mr. Potter. You understood precisely what effect those revelations would have. It was the first time Snape had directly addressed him as Potter since the chamber. The name sounded strange coming from the potion's master. The truth has value in itself, Harry replied. Regardless of consequences. A surprisingly Gryffindor sentiment, Snape observed dryly. Perhaps your true heritage is showing through the careful Slytherin facade. Or perhaps the houses aren't as rigidly defined as we pretend, Harry countered. Cunning without courage is mere calculation. Courage without cunning is just recklessness. Something like reluctant approval flickered across Snape's features. Your mother made a similar argument once. Lily was perceptive about such things. The personal reference caught Harry off guard. Snape rarely spoke of Lily Potter, and never in anything but the most formal terms. You knew her well, Harry said, not quite a question. Snape's expression closed immediately. That is a discussion for another time, if ever. For now, focus on your responsibilities. The prefect appointment is not merely honorary, it serves specific purposes in Dumbledore's strategy. And what strategy is that, exactly? That, Snape replied, is something you'll need to determine for yourself. Good evening, Mr. Black. As Harry climbed the stairs to his dormitory, he reflected on Snape's words. The prefect appointment, the Triwizard Tournament, Remus Lupin's arrival, Sirius's continued freedom, all pieces in a complex game whose ultimate objective remained unclear. Dumbledore was positioning his pieces, certainly, but to what end? The third-year boys' dormitory fell silent as Harry entered. Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Zabini, and Nott were already in their beds, though clearly not asleep. Prefect duties? Draco asked, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. Something like that, Harry replied neutrally, beginning his nightly routine. Father says it's unprecedented, Draco continued. A third-year prefect. Must be Dumbledore's doing, he's always favored you, despite your family connections. Harry continued preparing for bed, not rising to the bait. Though I suppose with your father hunting you, you need all the protection you can get, Draco added with malicious satisfaction. Harry paused, turning to face Draco directly. Is that what you think the badge represents, Draco? Protection? What else? Draco scoffed. Special privileges, private meetings with professors, authority to be out after curfew, all useful when there's a killer targeting you specifically. Harry smiled slightly. Interesting theory. Of course, another perspective might be that the appointment demonstrates confidence in my abilities, confidence that I can handle both my regular responsibilities and potential threats. Including your father? Zabini asked, unable to resist engaging. Especially him, Harry replied calmly. After all, I've already faced Voldemort twice and survived. Once as an infant, once in the Chamber of Secrets. The casual mention of Voldemort sent a visible shudder through the room. Draco's face paled slightly. Don't say his name, he hissed. Why not? Harry asked. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. And I've looked Tom Riddle in the eye, Draco. I know exactly what he is. With that, he closed his bed curtains, ending the conversation on his terms. A calculated performance, reminding his dorm mates of his confrontations with Voldemort, emphasizing his direct knowledge rather than second-hand information, subtly reinforcing his authority without relying on the prefect badge. As Harry drifted toward sleep, his thoughts returned to the voices he'd heard during the Dementor's approach, his mother's desperate pleas, Voldemort's cold commands. Not memories he'd consciously retained, but somehow preserved deep within him, accessed only through the Dementor's terrible power. More pieces of his true heritage, his hidden identity. More connections to Harry Potter, even as he continued to live as Harry Black. The complexity of his position had never felt more acute. Third-year Slytherin prefect. Secret godson of escaped prisoner Sirius Black. The boy who lived in disguise. Each identity carried responsibilities, expectations, dangers. Yet as sleep finally claimed him, Harry's last coherent thought was surprisingly clear: he would not be defined by any single aspect of his complex heritage. He would forge his own path, drawing strength from all parts of his history while remaining true to the person he was becoming, neither fully Black nor fully Potter, but uniquely himself. Chapter 4, The King's Gambit. In fourth year, the Triwizard Tournament comes to Hogwarts, and Harry uses the international spotlight to expand his influence beyond Slytherin. When his name mysteriously comes out of the Goblet of Fire, he suspects a plot connected to Voldemort's return. Harry must decide where his true loyalties lie as forces pull him toward both light and dark. The chapter ends with Voldemort's return and Harry making a decision that will define his future path. This outline provides a foundation for a complex, character-driven story that explores how a different heritage and house affiliation might change Harry's journey while maintaining the core Wizarding World elements fans recognize. The story allows for moral complexity while keeping Harry as a compelling protagonist whose choices matter. With this outline in place, I'll be ready to write Chapter 1 when prompted. Harry Black, Heir to Shadows, Story Outline. I'll craft a reimagined Harry Potter story where Harry is born as the son of Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange, rising to become the ruthless king of Slytherin. Here's my planned approach. Plot overview. Harry Black grows up with the infamous legacy of his parents, his father Sirius imprisoned for allegedly betraying the Potters and his mother Bellatrix incarcerated for torturing the Longbottoms. Raised by the neutral branch of the Black family, Harry arrives at Hogwarts with cunning ambition and extraordinary magical talent. His Slytherin sorting begins a calculated rise to power as he navigates competing loyalties, builds a network of allies across houses, and establishes himself as Slytherin's unquestioned leader. As Voldemort plots his return, Harry must decide his own path between his parents' opposing legacies. Core themes: blood and choice, the tension between inherited legacy and personal agency, power, seduction, the moral complexities of wielding influence, identity and duality, navigating between light and dark aspects of heritage, loyalty versus ambition, testing Slytherin values against personal relationships, redemption, whether one can transcend family history. Character arcs. Harry Black, from cautious first year to calculating leader who must ultimately choose what kind of power he wants and why. Draco Malfoy, transitions from rival to loyal lieutenant, struggling with his secondary status. Hermione Granger, initially isolated without Harry's friendship, becomes his intellectual equal and moral compass. Neville Longbottom, navigates complex feelings toward Harry given Bellatrix's crimes against his family. Sirius Black, his escape forces Harry to reconcile contradicting family loyalties. Severus Snape, develops a complex mentor relationship with Harry, seeing potential for greatness or darkness. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.